anticipate him being better than Brock Purdy. Even if he is, it doesn't matter. Brock Purdy's going to get his job back because they paid him an insane amount of money, and he's done nothing wrong. If you want to sit here and say, hey, they shouldn't have paid Brock Purdy because Kyle Shanahan can make anyone good, you can make that argument, but then I'm going to show you Trey Lance.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
How long have you been married, Freddie?
They celebrated our 18th anniversary this past July 14th.
Okay, so does this concern your wife, the fact that you have 2 NFL loyalties? Does she think?
Oh, God, no. God, no. I tell all the time, that's what makes me me. I'm the concubine variety.
See, this is why Utah needs to have an NFL team.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Major League Baseball's Division Series. The Blue Jays dominate games 1 and 2 against the Yankees. This is October.
Out of here! Dalton Varsho, second home run of the game. And the Blue Jays now lead it 13-2.
Game 3 of the Blue Jays and Yankees. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern. With first pitch at 8:08 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Amber and Ian.
Nobody likes to watch a tie. Nobody wants to watch an entire game and stay up late at night for that to be the ending. I'd rather my team lose. Why not do what college does, where at some point you have to start going for 2-point conversions and that, keep upping the ante so that somebody wins the damn thing and wins it sooner rather than later.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on Sirius XM Channel 80.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, you can't keep an eye on everything unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and the Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
This one's for the flavor fanatics. Sour Apple 5-hour energy shots don't mess around. They bring the bite. Tart, tangy, and packed with tasty caffeine, this little 2-ounce bottle punches above its weight. With 0 sugar and as much caffeine as a 12-ounce premium cup of coffee, it's the kind of pick-me-up that keeps your taste buds happy without the crash. And it doesn't stop at Sour Apple. There are 17 bold flavors waiting for you to discover. Pick one up in store or stock up online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon today.
Welcome to Only Murders in the Building,
the official podcast. Join me, Michael Cyril Creighton, as we go behind the scenes with some of the amazing actors, writers, and crew from season 5.
The audience should never stop suspecting anything.
How can you not be funny crawling around on a coffin?
No, that's true.
Catch Only Murders in the Building official podcast, premiering September 9th wherever you get your podcasts. And watch Only Murders in the Building, streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney Plus for bundle subscribers. Terms apply.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hello there. Happy Monday. Welcome in. It's episode 1069, Shane Dennis Show. Somebody's back in the studio putting us on air. I assume it's Jack. We'll find out here in a second when he provides a moment of levity. But you can be a part of the show here in the next couple of hours if you'd like to be. If you got a question, you got a comment, you want to win something, you want to call, you want to text, we got you covered. You can give us a call at 316-669-4996. You'll need that number later on for some lottery tickets. So be listening for a prompt. That is our hotline. So give us a call and sound off on whatever you want to talk about, whatever we're talking about. KU, K-State, Chiefs playing tonight. We'll be talking about all that stuff, and mainly KU and K-State, honestly, because, well, they are pretty fascinating right about now for different reasons. So we'll talk about that, and if you got something to add, 316-669-4996. That's a hotline. If you'd rather text any of the above comments, questions, etc., and you can't call or don't want to call, you'd rather text, you can do that. 316-247-0923. We'll be with you for the next couple of hours if you're new to the station or the show. And we welcome your participation. And especially, heads up for you guys and gals that want to win something, if you're new to the show, midweek and beyond, we have all kinds of stuff that we will qualify you to win. If you're either lucky enough, you guess right, depending on the segment. We got sounders, we got score predictions, we got sides and totals. Many, many ways for you to not only be a part of the show and the programs between this one and the Pulse. You have ways to contribute to the show, win stuff immediately, or just qualify to win stuff like the Busch Light sign or the Bud Light sign, especially mid to late week. We got all kinds of stuff for y'all. So that text line is really important now more than ever. 316-247-0923. Here's how you can listen or stream or watch. You can actually watch the show and shows. We're live streaming on our Twitter channel, X channel at ESPN Wichita, our Facebook page, and our YouTube channel, live streaming right now. So you can check out the studio and check out my show, The Pulse with Chance, who's in for Pat today. All those platforms, you can live stream the show. If you want to stream from work and you just want to listen, ESPNWichita.com, click on Listen Live. Download our ESPN Wichita app. Listen live on the app. Take us with you wherever you go. That's always a good move. In your car, 92.3 FM. If you get busy or lose track of time, or you're out of the office but away from radio, and you want to listen to something that you missed, you can do so on ESPNWichita.com and or our ESPN Wichita app. On demand podcast. Listen to any or all of a show that you might have missed, or if you just want to listen to it again. We've got New Day with SSJ in the mornings, my show, The Pulse from 2 to 4, the program with Seren Petro from 4 to 6. All those shows are archived at those places, ESPNWichita.com and our ESPN Wichita app. Follow us on Twitter or X. Follow us on Facebook. Subscribe to our YouTube. We're at our Equity Bank Park studio. It is October 6th. It's 279th day of the year, 86 days left in 2025. It's also a full moon today, and we're headed for a high of 80 degrees here in Wichita with a chance of showers a little later on this afternoon. All right. There are your numbers. I'll tell you the topics and subjects here in a second. But first, someone is going to provide a moment of levity. Go.
Someone. It's me.
Oh, there
Don't
you
worry
are.
about
Okay.
it. I said something to you 10 minutes ago, and you didn't respond. You didn't care to. But I think I'm one of 3 people here in the building today.
Really?
Old DB is down the hall, but lights are all off. All the doors are shut. So I don't know where everybody is. It kind of feels like the beginning of 28 days later. But but it's quiet in here. But I'm here.
That's good for you, though.
It's awesome for me. I don't even need to shut the door today.
Right.
But here's my joke. Last night I was drifting to sleep, gazing up at the stars and thinking, what happened to my roof?
Good. Hey, I got one for you. Hey, a panic-stricken man explained to his doctor, you have to help me. I think I'm shrinking. And the doctor said, just settle down. You'll have to learn how to be a little patient.
There you go.
Yeah.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Weekday jokes. Today, National Child Health Day, National Consignment Day, Plus Size Appreciation Day, Orange Wine Day. That's a new one on me. National Coaches Day also. So reach out to any or all of your coaches in your past. Today's their day. And it's also National German American Day. 8 days to tell you about tomorrow, including National Taco Day. So heads up for that. Like you need a day, huh? Born on this day, no longer with us, Alice Bauer, one of the co-founders of the LPGA right here in Wichita over at Rolling Hills. She was born in 1927. Lonnie Johnson, inventor of the Super Soaker water gun, born day. Thanks, Lonnie, for hours and hours of enjoyment in the summertime. Elizabeth Shue, actress. And let's see. Historical events. Benjamin Hanks patents a self-winding clock back in the 1700s. Nabisco Foods invents cream of wheat hot cereal, 1893. And 15 years ago today, Instagram was founded. So happy birthday / anniversary, Instagram. Texter, 316-247-0923. I'll tell you what we're going to talk about. But the texter that was beating us up about Nebraska all last week is taking a bow. And congratulations, texter. How about them Huskers? And thank you, Kansas, for beating UCF. Nobody likes Scott Frost. LOL. We will get to Kansas in the next couple of segments, actually. Feel like it deserves a couple between KU's resilience, and I'm not trying to carry KU's water, but I think some of you KU fans kind of what's the saying, the phrase, can't losing sight of the forest for the trees. KU, their resilience, I don't care what you think of UCF, whether you think they're good or not. I think probably jury's still out on whether they are good despite their start. And now they're even more banged up. But I don't think that win against UCF can be understated or overstated just because some people might not think UCF is good and you're not ready to back the Hawks 100% yet. And I'll talk about that in the first segment. 1225, the stands, plural, that KU had to make down the stretch in Orlando. That was pretty epic, especially considering what they weren't able to do against Cincinnati. So I'll talk about that coming up at 1225. Texter says, I've been a KU fan long enough that I still appreciate us not being terrible, let alone a winning program. Then there's that stance too. So I can appreciate that. Thank you, Texter, for your thoughts on KU. We'll talk a lot about KU here in the first half of the show. And then we'll expand it a tinge when it comes to the Twitter question. Who do you think is going to win the Big 12 now? 2 or 3 games in, depending what team you are. That's up on Twitter at ESPN Wichita. So check that out. We'll take a look at the Big 12 standings after 2 or 3 games and the odds. I put those up on Twitter too, what Vegas thinks of teams' chances to win the Big 12, early as it may be. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll shift the focus to K-State. And I wrote this down on my notes and kind of characterized them as playing just well enough to lose. That's pretty much what happened in Waco in a heartbreaker, 35-34. So we'll talk a little bit of K-State football and what's next for them. And then our players of the week coming up at 125. My player of the week has a past with Wichita State. I'll tell you who that is and what the connection with WSU is from this particular guy. And then I'm old Jack Young at the end of the show. We'll have a little crosstalk with Chance Lebo. He's in for Pat today with the Pulse. That's coming your way from 2 to 4. And that'll be the last segment of the show. And then we'll pass the baton to old Chance and let him rattle off some hot takes from over the weekend. A lot more NFL talk from yours truly tomorrow. But it's pretty college football intensive today between what happened to KU and K-State over the weekend. There was a text that just came in, hopefully some KU basketball talk. Interesting you bring that up, Texter, because here in a couple of weeks, it'll be Big 12 Media Day in Kansas City, and we'll be up there for that. That is October 22nd. That's Wednesday. So there'll be a lot of basketball talk coming up on the 22nd. So a little over a couple of weeks from now, we'll be in KC for Big 12 Media Day, and plenty of basketball talk reserved for them. A reminder, a little bit later on this afternoon, Chiefs pregame is at 5 o'clock, getting you ready for Chiefs and Jags Monday Night Football. A little bit of a sidebar. There are no more unbeatens in the NFL after Sunday Night Football last night as the Buffalo Bills fell from the ranks of the unbeatens. So the Chiefs have a chance to take a little bigger step when it comes to the AFC West because the Chargers got beat again too. So Chiefs pregame coming up at 5 o'clock tonight. Dodgers and Phillies join in progress coming up at 7 o'clock later on tonight right here on the channel. Plenty of postseason baseball here on the channel in the coming nights as well. All right, got your numbers. You texters have been using it. Keep them coming if you want to. We want to discuss anything that you saw regarding KU. That's where we're going to start. KU 27, UCF 20. It was a tale of two halves, to be sure. UCF jumped out 14-0, and it was 20-14 at halftime. So KU pretty much was fighting uphill for the entire game. And one of their players, Trey Lathan, who recovered a fumble, went on record as saying there was a point in that game where, quote, you're expecting to lose in that situation, but when you come out with a W, it's a great feeling, end of quote. What he's talking about is that goal line stand that the Hawks had, and I'll talk about that here at length in just a little bit. But I led with the KU, especially defense, although I don't think it's unique to the defense because the offense had to mount a comeback in the second half as well. Jalen Daniels, good again, 235 yards through the air, 25 yards on the ground, no interceptions, no touchdowns, but no interceptions, and had to bounce back from an early 14-0 UCF lead after Miles Montgomery ran all over KU in the first half. But in the second half, it was pretty much all KU. They flipped the script. And resiliency is what I keep coming back to because, and I know players and coaches and fans want to turn the page, especially when you're coming off just a gut punch from the Cincinnati game where the Hawks basically needed one stop and they had multiple opportunities to get that one stop as Cincinnati was driving down the field and they couldn't get it. They give up a two-yard touchdown with a minute or so left to go and couldn't pull off the miracle, couldn't get into field goal range or scoring range, either way you look at it, in the Cincinnati game. And 30 seconds remaining, wasn't even a minute. Gave up a touchdown with 30 seconds remaining in that Cincinnati game. And then you go on the road. And again, I don't know that many people are holding out hope for great things for UCF when it comes to winning the Big 12, for example. But they're a team when healthy. Now, their quarterback was injured. Well, they got multiple quarterbacks, and not many of them are what you would call high-level passers, but Taven Jackson got injured after he was strip sacked, came out, his backup came in, went 8 for 14 in relief. Cam Fancher is his name. We'll talk about him in the next segment when it comes to those defensive stands. But all that is a long-winded way of saying after falling down 14-0, coming off of what you had to deal with in the pain of the aftermath of that Cincinnati game, the Jayhawks showed me a lot of resolve, a lot of grit. And you can, like I said, I'm not going to tell you how to feel, KU fans. If you're just meh on UCF and, hey, we could beat those guys with, blindfolded. But I was impressed. And I'm interested to hear Jack's thoughts because we really didn't discuss this one. I watched it was probably the last 3 drives of the game on my phone because I was away from a TV, but I was getting alerts. And me and some family members thought we need to bear down on this. And all that being said, the aftermath of the Cincinnati game, falling behind 14-0, and completely shutting off UCF's water in the second half. They didn't score any points in the second half. They led 14-0, 20-14.5, and it was all KU after that. Now, nobody scored in the fourth quarter, but KU did what it had to do, especially making adjustments defensively. They made a tremendous goal line stand after being unable to do so against Cincinnati. And we'll talk about the stands here in a minute. UCF had multiple chances at the end. One drive ended up closer to the KU goal line than the other did. But considering what the UCF run game did in the first half versus the second, Jalen Daniels perking up and moving the team a lot better in the second half than they did the first. And all that, like I said, you put that in a blender and a 27-20 win. Hawks now 4-2. These guys are taking their fans on a roller coaster ride. No question about that. But considering the 603, and I might never forget that number, 603 yards that they surrendered against Cincinnati. And the first half, the way UCF was running up and down the field to hold them to 375 total for the game and to score the game's last 13 points. That said something to me. I was impressed. I was very impressed. It took a little bit of stones to come back from 14 down. What's Kamara's first name, Jack? The linebacker.
Bengali.
Yeah. And him coming back didn't hurt either. Who was coming off a suspension. He finished with 4 tackles, and he was a big part of the defensive stand. We'll get into the stand here in a second, Jack, and I guess you can answer this however you like. Impressed? Is that the word that comes to your mind, or is it another one? If you had to use just 1 or 2 words in the aftermath of that 27-20 win over UCF on Saturday, what would it be?
Well, until you are ranked top 10 in the nation and undefeated, you can't turn your nose up at a road conference win. So for any Kansas fan saying, well, I mean, they still were down 14-0, and no, that's a bad UCF team, and no, they had to use a backup, even though, if you didn't know this going into the game, UCF's used 3 quarterbacks all year. Yeah. So their backup is not a traditional backup.
Yeah,
all these guys
started against Jacksonville State. Yeah.
Yeah, I think all 3 of them have made starts this year.
Yeah.
It was a downpour in Orlando, so you have to factor in the conditions there. The bounce house was not what I thought the bounce house was going to be. Yeah. There was a lot of empty seats there. I was largely underwhelmed, but still, no, you cannot turn your nose up at a game like this. This showed a lot of resiliency from a Kansas team that was coming off of a soul-crushing loss the week before. Now, I will say this, and I have to call myself out a little bit because last week, I was still seething over that loss to Cincinnati because, truthfully, I didn't think much of Cincinnati. I thought that they were a team that was going to finish in the bottom half of the Big 12, and then they went and curb-stomped Iowa State. And if it wasn't for a little bit of a comeback by the Cyclones, that would have been the biggest blowout on the Big 12 conference slate on Saturday. And that's a ranked Iowa State team. And whether you believe in them or not, that Cincinnati team is proven to be, who knows, maybe this year's Arizona State. I don't really have a good feel of them just yet. But when I was watching that game, and I promise it'll tie into here to the performance tonight or on Saturday night, But it gave me more confidence of, you know what? I do feel good about this game tonight. I feel that this Kansas team is going to come out a little bit more focused defensively. That offense is going to be able to run the ball on UCF's poor run defense, and they should win by double digits. That clearly was not trending in the right direction as they fall behind 14-0. They didn't get a stop in the first half. They'd allowed 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals. And even though the offense had turned things on in their last couple of drives of the first half, you looked at that second half and said, it's going to have to happen immediately. Like, you're going to have to go out there and force a 3-and-out or a turnover on that first drive. And that's exactly what they did. And in that second half, I give credit to DK McDonald. I absolutely give credit to Bengali Kamara, because if that didn't show you how big of an absence he was, not only in the first half against UCF, Shane, they didn't have him for the second half against Cincinnati.
Of the Cincinnati game, yeah. Yep.
So, and when did these two games flip? It was the end or the second half against Cincinnati, and then also was the first half against UCF. It's not to say that one man changes everything, but I believe he's a huge piece of that defense. And when he's not out there, it's very evident about how poor that run defense is, how poor some of the pass coverage is in the slot areas. So he was phenomenal in that game. And then, Kansas offensively, they did something that's really tough to do in conditions like that. It was hold on to the football, right? Not have an errant throw, not fumble near the goal line. And that's what UCF did. I mean, it was Jalen Dye. I know Devin Dye got hurt in the game, but Jalen Dye comes bearing down as a safety and one of those late delayed blitzes and just crushes Jackson out of the game. And he fumbles in that spot. And that flipped the game for KU. And still, even in that moment, they had an opportunity to put their foot on the throat of UCF and go up by 2 scores. And then you get to relax in the last couple minutes of the game. But I'll tell you this, and I'll end with this point. I'm glad that was the ending of the game. Because what did we talk about on Thursday and Friday? I ain't taking Kansas to win a close game until they finally do it, until they actually go out there and make the damn plays and get the stops or get the first down. I will say their last offensive possession had me pretty ticked off just because backed up in your own goal line, you've got a quarterback that's playing among the best in college football right now, at least top 10 in efficiency, I believe was the stat I saw on Saturday night. And the fact you run 3 running plays in that spot, even on that, the third down call I didn't hate to ice the game there, to be able to knee on it the rest of the way because Kobe Baines missed a block. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that replay, but he pulled from the right guard position, whiffs on it. If he blocks him like he should, I think Jalen Daniels probably gets 25 yards on that. I mean, it was wide open area and he missed him, therefore got ankle tackled, and that's when KU had to punt the ball back. But you had to come up with 2 stands, and that was very impressive to see. And honestly, this KU team needed to see that happen. They needed to come up with a big stop to get off the field, to give their offense a chance to not only come back and tie the game, take the lead, and then try to ice the game. And now you've got your toughest game left on the schedule against Texas Tech in Lubbock, and you needed that momentum win. Because if they would have lost on Saturday night, I wouldn't have been able to give you much today, Shane. I would have been so unenthused to talk anything college football. I wouldn't have cared. I wouldn't have cared what anybody else did that weekend. But now you do have a little bit more juice going into this game. And even if they don't cover that 14-point spread, don't look back in this game and say, well, that was still a lackluster performance. Isn't that showing how far KU's come, that you can be underwhelmed by a road performance and they still win by 7? Like, that's at times where you still need to ground yourself and say, this Kansas team has come a long way, but this team doesn't want to stop it at 4-2. They feel confident they can go into Lubbock and win that game, even if nobody else believes in them. And if they didn't win that game on UCF, I'd have a hard time believing they would have that confidence to be the top 10 team in the nation.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, and I'm glad you feel that way too, because there's a balancing act, I'm sure, with KU fans in the look how far we've come versus, all right, when are we going to make the next step? Like that's a conversation that I'm sure is had in KU coffee houses all over northeastern Kansas. Like a texter pointed out, that he or she is just glad. And Jack, you lived through it when you were in school, that if they win 2 or 3 games, that was a big deal. And I know nothing's ever static, this is fluid. Things are ever changing, but it seems like that most would agree that Lance Leipold has been a good hire. He's an answer, maybe not the answer, because I'm not going to speak for all KU fans, but 4-2, 2-1 in the Big 12, heading for a showdown with Texas Tech up next. You like your chances, but none of that would have been possible if they didn't get up off the mat after getting their hearts broken and ripped out 2 weeks ago against Cincinnati, and after spotting UCF 14 points in their home yard in the rain, and the defense couldn't stop a nosebleed in the first half, and the script completely flipped. They win the game. How did they do it? They had two, not one, but two stands defensively that lifted them to victory. We will discuss, unpack, and talk about the stands KU took in a 27-20 win when we come back. It's 12:26.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Sports fans know the best games deserve the best food, and nothing beats Booth Creek Wagyu, raised right here in Kansas. Whether it's burgers on the grill, steak night at home, or tailgating before the big game, Booth Creek Wagyu brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience. Stop by their location at 21st and Webb and taste the difference for yourself. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit boothcreekwagyu.com to order today.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State basketball returns to the hardwood for a charity scrimmage against former Missouri Valley foe Drake. This Saturday, October 11th. Tip-off is set for 6 p.m. All tickets are only $20 and seating is general admission. Parking is free and available on a first-come, first-served basis, making this an affordable, family-friendly opportunity to support the Shocks. Get your tickets now at GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Jeff from American Shaman. People ask, how are you still here? We're here because we believe life is beautiful, we believe in wellness and natural solutions, and we believe your life is better with the feather. If you agree, come see us at American Shaman in Wichita and Derby and online at yourcbd.pro.
The ESPN Wichita app is available now for both Android and Apple. Go to your app store and download today. All you have to do is search ESPN Wichita and take the station with you wherever you go. While you're there, find podcasts of your favorite shows. Sign up for our app-only contests. Send a text into the show and much more. The ESPN Wichita app, your source for sports in Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Born Day today. The drummer from Tapao. That's their, all due respect, that's their one hit. Heart and Soul. Tapao. Happy birthday, Tim. Born Day. The stands, plural, that KU had to take against UCF. The recipe for victory in the game against the Knights down the stretch. It was impressive. It was impressive, and the conditions may or may not have had something to do with it, but Miles Montgomery, who he didn't run all over K-State, but had at least one big run, and he had over 100 yards. He's a good running back for UCF. But with I think I'm getting the timeline about as close to perfect as I can. About 7 minutes left. So it's down to the nitty-gritty. UCF gets the ball and goes on a 14-play drive. This is to try to tie. They're down 7. And UCF embarks on a 14-play drive. There was an 8-yard pass in there from their backup Cam Fancher, who I was telling you about. There was a 22-yard pass in there on 4th and 2 at the KU 46. And I thought that was kind of an under-the-radar play where it was like KU fans are going, ugh, we just get a stop there. And then they give up 22. And then after a false start and a TFL, it's 2nd and 18 at the KU 32. And then another incompletion, and you got 3rd and 18 at the KU 32. So there's a 4th and 2 that UCF converts, but immediately a penalty and a negative play makes it 3rd and 18. And what do? They get 18 down to the KU 14 for a first down. And then another negative play and another penalty, or another negative play, I should say, set up 3rd and 10 at the KU 14. And then KU holds to, in my mind's eye, about a 4-yard gain, something like that, at about the 10, which would have been 4th and 6. But instead, KU committed a face mask penalty. So there's 2 third down conversions, 1 thanks to a penalty, a 4th down conversion, and then on 1st and goal at the 5, Montgomery goes for 4 to the KU 1. 2nd and goal at the 1. Fancher, no gain. Montgomery, no gain. Fancher, no gain. 4th and goal at the 1, no dice. KU holds. 14 plays, I believe 53 yards, something like that. And 5:49 off the clock, no points. Now, of course, okay, that's part of the battle. I don't know if half the battle is right, but how about a first down to ice this thing? Well, sorry. Pretty ultra conservative play on 3rd and 4 at KU zone 7. Daniels with a keeper. He almost popped it, but was tripped up. And again, the conditions, as Jack mentioned in the first segment, weren't the best because it was raining in Orlando. And then they had to punt the ball away. So now UCF has another chance, and they take over at their own 47. Good field position, keeping in mind they need a touchdown. But after a 17-yard pass, takes it down to the KU 33. They got as close as the 22. So they got a couple of first downs, got to the 22. And this had to be the most satisfying, Jack, anticlimactic ending you might have ever been a part of. 4 incompletions. Ball game. Give the ball back to KU. No goal line stand needed. They only made it to the 22. But was there ever in either of those 2 drives for you personally, Jack, of a here we go again? Like this is happening again? Deja vu?
Of course there was. I mean, as I said, it's that sense of dread in how the game starts to unfold late in the game. And, I'm hoping one day, and it probably would take, winning 4 or 5 one-score games in a row where you just have that confidence of, oh, give us the ball with the game on the line, or let our defense get a stop with the game on the line. But really, even the last couple of years where KU's been much more consistent and they've raised the floor of this football program, no, it doesn't matter what opponent it is. I fully believed that UCF was going to have not just score. There was going to be miscommunication and a wide open receiver in the end zone, and they were going to go for 2, and there was going to be miscommunication and a score. KU was going to get the ball back with X amount of time and then have a strip sack, or it was going to be an interception, or just that's what you were feeling. And, the defense came up with some big plays. Austin Alexander had a really nice pass breakup on a ball that, very well could have been a touchdown, on their, maybe that was 2nd and 10 or 3rd and 10. And then just playing tight coverage, really. And they didn't get the most pressure at the end of the game. There were a couple of times that they forced him to move out of the pocket and kind of make an awkward throw, which is always great to see, because last week on that final drive for Cincinnati, Brennan Sorsby could have sat down in the chair and made all the throws that he was completing. I mean, there was zero pressure at all in the backfield. So little that they were able to run the football with 40 seconds left and got chunk yardage out of it. So to see that happen, it was a great sign for this defense. Now, it is a much different beast that you are facing this coming Saturday. It'll be sold out. It's a blackout for Texas Tech. It's homecoming. I mean, in situations like that, if you give the team who is top 5 in the nation in scoring, top 5 in scoring defense, those opportunities, you're not going to win that football game. And so just to see them get off the field and stop an opponent like that, it gives you confidence that, against teams that they consider to be lesser than them, they can get it done, maybe have some of that swagger. But the next step will be, all right, with the game on the line, right? If KU goes into Lubbock, and it would be a miracle to have a lead late in that game, but late in the game, Texas Tech has the ball. Can you do it again? Can you get off the field? Can you force that turnover? Because that, to me, is always going to be that next step for Kansas football. We know they can compete. We know they're no longer the laughingstock of the conference. And now it's about, well, can you turn some of these wins, beat the teams you should, and go into an environment where you're not supposed to win and come up with the big play, come up with the big stop. And that's what I'm fascinated to see. Clearly, Vegas does not see this game being close whatsoever.
Yeah.
But the good news is, if KU didn't get that stop, as we're alluding to, I think that spread would have been 20 to 25 points in Lubbock the following week. So it was awesome to see. I certainly was pumped up, but I would be lying to you if I was speaking in this mic and going, oh, yeah, I always knew they were going to get the stop. No, I even knew when we got the stop on 4th down, I went, they better get a first down because I don't want to have to do it again.
Yep. And that face mask on what would have brought up 4th and 6. I'm like, oh, there it is.
And that, again, it's another moment where you go, it could only be Kansas. It could only be Kansas. And maybe I sound like a bitter and whiny fan.
I'll tell you who else it could be. K-State.
Absolutely. But at least with K-State, and I can speak to this as being a rival fan, K-State's had a ton of success and been on the opposite side of that for so many years, especially against Kansas.
That's true.
I feel there has been no other football program since 2009, 2010, that just you're waiting. You're just waiting for something to go south. And it was such a relief, which is why I couldn't be mad about a 7-point win against UCF. It was such a relief because I've been so accustomed to losing games like that. I mean, hell, last year they did that 7 times or 6 times where it was, oh, we should beat this team. And then, are you kidding me? You give up a 3rd and 18 wide open over the middle, or you sack somebody and it's 4th down, but you grab the face mask, or there was holding in the slot 5 yards downfield.
Yeah.
It was never ending. And so that is what I challenge this football program to live up to for the rest of the year. And moving forward with Lance Leipold is that in moments of adversity, and they face that adversity on 2nd and 1 from the 1 yard line.
Yep.
It's, can you get the stop? Can you penetrate, through those blocks and, come up with a strip, come up with a stonewall, basically. And they stonewalled them multiple times.
Yep.
Now, you can also pick apart UCF's play calling. I probably would have thrown it one of those times just because I thought that Kansas was really getting the push on a lot of those snaps. But still, I'll take it. And Kansas had to come up with not 1 but 2 defensive stops to ice that game.
So BYU and Texas Tech, the only 2 unbeatens left in the Big 12. Regardless of what you think about BYU, they're 5-0, 2-0 in the league. Texas Tech just basically stonewalled Houston. 35-11 was that final. Tech's only given up 56 points in 5 games. So that'll be, I'm sure, a big talking point for us all the rest of the week as well, leading into that 6:30 kick down in Lubbock. Arizona State is and Cincinnati also 2-0. Texter just pointed out what we were texting about here at ESPN Wichita at one point Saturday afternoon. Maybe that Cincinnati loss, I don't want to say it doesn't look that bad. KU, you get a stop, could have easily won that game. But Cincinnati put it to Iowa State and knocked them for the ranks of the unbeatens, not only in the Big 12, but overall. So Cincinnati and Arizona State, both 2-0 in the league. Iowa State and Baylor are now 2-1 after Iowa State's loss and Baylor's cliffhanger of a win against K-State. Kansas now 2-1 as well. Arizona did predictable things to Oklahoma State. They're now 1-1. Houston with the loss to Texas Tech is 0-1. TCU took care of Colorado. They're 1-1. Utah is also 1-1. The only team at 1-2 is Kansas State. We'll talk about them in hour number 2. And there are 4, and I'm talking about in the Big 12, not overall. But of course, you knew that. There are 4 winless teams still in league play in the Big 12, including UCF, Oklahoma State, Colorado, and West Virginia. So those are your standings right now. Oklahoma State, of course, having fired Mike Gundy. They're in the midst of a 4-game losing streak. The hottest team in the Big 12, two of them anyway, are the teams at the top, BYU and Texas Tech. They've won all 5 of their games. And Cincinnati, after an opening week loss against Nebraska, has won 4 in a row. So there are some streaking teams, and Texas Tech's one of them. And KU will get an eyeful coming up this weekend in Lubbock. Again, coverage right here on the channel for you at 5 o'clock, kick at 6:30 on your home of the Jayhawks. Should be an intriguing matchup at the very, very least between KU and Texas Tech. All right, when we return, we'll get into a little bit of the zaniness of the NFL, because there were some big comebacks yesterday. So we'll squeeze in some NFL talk coming up in the next segment. But before we get there, we need to give away $30 in winter cash bonus tickets from the Kansas Lottery. So call right now, 316-669-4996 for some Kansas Lottery tickets, $30. Good luck. NFL talk, quick, next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. This is Matt Crowder live at the gas station on 41st Street, reporting on those skyrocketing gas prices. Excuse me, miss, are you buying less gas now because of the high prices?
Oh, I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Well, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow. Well, there you have it. Stop paying full price for gas. Download the free Upside app and get real cash back every time you buy gas. This is Matt Crowder Radio News Network. Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday, turns out you didn't use enough anchors. Wait, you didn't use any anchors? Now you've got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance, you could need a wall of money to fix this. So get home insurance with Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Jayhawk fans, for the latest news and information on your Kansas Jayhawks, there's not a better place to go than the all-new KansasNation.com. Interviews, news conferences, feature articles, daily and weekly shows, podcasts. It's all at kansasnation.com. Daily and weekly shows with an all-star lineup including Sean Kellerman, Daniel Courtwright, Ryan Haney, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris, Greg Gurley, Mick Schaefer, Nate Bukaty, Pat Strathman, and many more. kansasnation.com.
I've been around for you.
Happy birthday, Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon. Got our player of the week coming up in hour number 2. He's got mine anyway, has a connection to Wichita, kind of. I'll tell you who and why coming up here in a little bit. Time now, though, for the Twitter questions brought to you by Ribbit Computers. Got a broken phone, cracked screen, dead battery, not charging, whatever. Ribbit Computers has you covered. They have been Wichita's go-to for fast, affordable phone repairs for over 20 years. Most fixes are done same day. Walk-ins are always welcome. So don't wait days or spend a fortune. Hop into Ribbit Computers. Get your phone back up and running today. A little bit of NFL talk in a second, but first, the Ribbit Computers Twitter question. Who's winning the Big 12 now? I told you about the standings just a little bit ago. Here are the odds for the teams in contention, according to DraftKings, to win the Big 12. At ESPN Wichita is where you can go and vote, repost, or write in your candidate who you think will win the Big 12. Our very own Chance says Utah. I don't know if he was serious about it or not, but Utah is 1-1. At Lawmaker 1 says Baylor. They are once beaten too. But of the unbeatens, who do you think is going to win? Texas Tech, BYU, Arizona State, and Cincinnati. And I have, just for fun, included next to the record the odds that Vegas has of them winning the Big 12. Not surprisingly, 75% of you said Texas Tech. They are plus 110 to win the Big 12. By far and away the betting favorite to win the Big 12, especially now. Longer shots. Arizona State 2-0, plus 450. Cincinnati at 2-0, plus 950 to win the Big 12. And BYU at 2-0, still plus 1,000 to win the Big 12. But so far, 75% of you say Texas Tech, 12.5% Arizona State, and a tie for third at just 6.3% BYU and Cincinnati bringing up the rear. And Vegas agrees. Statistically, they are the biggest of the long shots of those that are 2-0. All right, so a real quick look of the NFL. I was prompted by a texter. I was going to talk about the NFL at length tomorrow, but thank you, texter. You kind of piqued my interest because on closer examination, there were a bunch of comebacks in the NFL yesterday. And I was tracking one of them kind of randomly because I didn't particularly care who won. And that was the Titans-Cardinals game. But before we get to that, all y'all know by now, if you're a football fan, you know that 72 Dolphins, the living members of the 72 Dolphins, are the only team to complete a perfect season. And the living members always pop champagne when the last team that's undefeated loses. That's already happened. Happened last night, Sunday Night Football, as the Patriots went into Buffalo and handed the Bills their first loss of the season. So the Eagles earlier in the day got beat by the Broncos. So with the Eagles and Bills both losing on Sunday, only 5 weeks into the season, the NFL has no undefeated teams left. That's the earliest that's happened in 11 years. Now, there's only one team without a win, and that's the Jets. Game you heard right here on the channel between the Jets and Cowboys. Cowboys kind of laid waste to the Jets yesterday in the Meadowlands. Dak Prescott had a good game. But 5 teams rallied from double-digit deficits to win yesterday. Just one shy of the all-time single week record. The one that was the most dumbfounding, just unbelievable, but has happened again. And if you guys missed it, I don't blame you because it's the Arizona Cardinals. But the Cardinals were up 21-3 over the Titans and lost 22-21 and did so in spectacular fashion. I could use the entire show to tell you how unbelievable the Cardinals' choke job was against the Titans. But Tennessee kicked a field goal at the gun to win 22-21. It featured a third string running back dropping the ball short of the goal line on a 71-yard run, which would have been a 72-yard touchdown run. DeMercado is his last name. You fantasy people have heard of him. DeMercado ran 71 yards and dropped the ball short. He didn't fumble. He dropped it on purpose. And I will never for the life of me understand why this keeps happening. I'm trying to think of the multiple times that I've seen it happen. It happened pretty famously in a college football game between, help me, Jack, do you remember this? It was like Utah and Oregon, maybe. Do you remember that? The dude ran the length
Utah and Oregon.
Yeah, and dropped it, and then the defense didn't give up on the play, picked it up. Well, it happened again yesterday in the NFL. And that was a week after a Colts receiver was getting ready to celebrate on a long touchdown passing catch, and he fumbled the ball out of the back of the end zone. And I just can't believe this is still going on. And coaches have used this as a talking point and a teaching point, or if you do that, you'll never play for me again point. And that is run the ball through the back of the end zone and make the official take it away from you. But it happened again yesterday, and that would have put the Cardinals up 27-3 with the PAT pending if DeMercado doesn't just drop the ball, which he did. And the Titans came back to win 22-21, making it even more maddening that DeMercado is a third stringer. He had to depend on 2 injuries to guys in front of him at the same position just so he could get to play. And he did that. So there was that game. The Panthers overcame a 17-point deficit, beat the Dolphins. Bless the Dolphins' heart. Rico Dowdle went for 2 bills on the ground. Speaking of backup running backs, Panthers beat the Dolphins 27-24. The Broncos overcame a 14-point deficit, beat the Eagles 21-17. There's something up with the Eagles, man. Not that it's any of our concern, but Broncos showed a little mettle, won 21-17. Saints overcame an 11-point deficit, beat the Giants 26-14. Spencer Rattler gets the monkey off his back. Jackson Dart comes back down to earth a little bit. And then there was the Chargers. They were leading 10-0 over the Commanders. Now, it was early, so it's not like it was just an avalanche of Commanders points. But they did score the next 27. And Justin Herbert threw another interception. Not that he's Mr. Perfect, but he was so good up until this year at taking care of the ball. And Chargers didn't have much for the Commanders after they got out 10-0. 27-10 was the final. And then the game of the week was also the uniform battle of the week. Just pure perfection. Throwback unis for the Seahawks and the Buccaneers. The Bucs in their road whites with creamsicle shades against the home. I'm not even sure what you call that color, the color of blue that the Seahawks wear when they're at home. But man, the throwback unis were just chef's kiss. And Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, of all people, got into an absolute shootout. Former first round misfits, really, cast-offs. But that was the game of the day in the NFL. It was in Seattle too. Buccaneers. I don't know if that's the longest trip possible in the NFL, going from Tampa to Seattle. But Mayfield outdueled Darnold. Darnold threw a late interception, and the Bucs kicked a field goal to win it. 38-35 was the final after a Buccaneer game-tying touchdown with 1:08 left. And then Darnold got picked, and a Buccaneer field goal then ended it. The London game kicked us off. The Vikings beat the Browns in London, and the Ravens got destroyed by the Texans and fall to 1-4. They had to do it without Lamar Jackson, and Cooper Rush threw 3 interceptions. So there's your NFL weekend in a nutshell. It will conclude with Monday Night Football game tonight, of course. 2 3-1 opponents going at it. Speaking of the rain, and I haven't seen the updated forecast, but we talked about the conditions in Orlando. As of at least yesterday, there was still a pretty good chance of rain in Jacksonville, thanks to whatever's going on down there. There's either a hurricane or a tropical depression or something, but bunches of rain has already fallen on the state of Florida. And I said 3-1 teams, Chiefs 2-2, Jags are a home dog, and that game will wrap up the week on Monday Night Football. So the Chiefs take care of the Jags, and then they'll have the Lions to concern themselves with. But first things first, it's a battle against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Of course, with Brian Thomas Jr., and we'll get our first look at a professional Travis Hunter. Brenton Strange, a guy you may not have heard of, is a focal point of the Jaguar offense. If you want something to key on a little bit, he's got 19 catches through the first 4 games. And Brian Thomas Jr. has been kind of quiet. And you would expect McDuffie and Thomas to square off quite a lot, if not McDuffie shadowing him. I'm not sure about that. But that's what we got to look forward to tonight to wrap things up. Again, the Chiefs pregame is tonight at 5:00, and that'll lead into Major League Baseball playoffs tonight here on the channel. So Chiefs pregame at 5. We'll be talking about the Monday Night Football game tomorrow when we get there. And so the week will conclude with the Chiefs playing on Monday Night Football. All right. Elsewhere, I wanted to catch you up on, before we get to hour number 2, what we have to look forward to after hours play-by-play wise here on the week. Dodgers Phils join in progress later on tonight. Toronto and New York, the scene shifts to Yankee Stadium after Toronto takes the first 2 games of that series. We'll have that for you tomorrow at 7:00. On Wednesday, Hawk Talk with Lance Leipold at 6, followed by the Phillies and the Dodgers. That's at 8:00 as the scene shifts there. Overtime on Thursday. And then the high school game of the week with coverage starting at 6:30. It's the Holy Wars, Capon and Carroll, right here at Equity Bank Park. So we got that for you on Friday night with Chance Lebo, coverage starting at 6:30. And then KU football, of course, on Saturday with coverage starting at 5:00, kick at 6:30. That big matchup between KU and Texas Tech down in Lubbock. All right, there you go. There's hour number 1. The news was not all good when it came to the state schools playing football. Talked about KU in the first half. Got to talk about K-State playing just well enough to lose, mismanaging the clock, allowing a 14-point lead to dissipate, and some empty calories from Avery Johnson? Or did he simply play well in a loss? We'll talk about his numbers and the 35-34 gut punch down in Waco. Hour number 2 is straight ahead with a little K-State talk coming up next.
Wichita's news sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton.
It's the first Monday night matchup of the year for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs against Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. We've got you covered all day on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM And at 5, it's the Central Bank of the Midwest pregame show. Get ready for kickoff with all the latest and get predictions from all of our Chiefs insiders. It's Monday on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
The future will be amazing, and that's all well and good. But what about today? You can feel the rush of a 400 horsepower Nissan Z, or climb to new heights in the all-terrain Nissan Frontier. Light up the road in the all-electric Nissan Ariya that feels like a sci-fi dream come true. The future will be great, but today is made for thrill. All you have to do is get in a Nissan and drive. 2023 Ariya and Z not yet available for purchase. Expected availability is this spring for 2023 Z and this fall for 2023 Ariya.
Nachos! Yeah, you nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just going to eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Midwest Single Source is approaching 50 years of serving Wichita and the Midwest. Locally owned and operated since 1976, we're proud to put customers first, take pride in our work, lead with integrity, show respect, and yes, we have fun doing it. From promotional products to apparel, we're your trusted partner for business success. Let's make your next project happen. Email us at sales@midwestsinglesource.com.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks, the Wichita Wind Surge, the Dallas Cowboys, the Wichita Open, the college football playoffs, and the national championship, the World Series, the NBA playoffs, the Big 12 championship, and the best coverage of the Chiefs, Royals, Jayhawks, Wildcats, and Shockers. Locally owned and operated. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Red Monday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
Happy birthday, Thomas McClary of the Commodores. This is Brick House. Old school tune right there. Welcome back. It's 1:03 here on Monday. Like I said earlier, not all the news is good, but the state schools in the K-State Baylor game, it was, I don't know, kick to the groin, gut punch, however you want to call it. But K-State fans are getting used to that now, unfortunately. There are 2-4, 1-2 in the Big 12. And I got to believe that even the most, I used resilience a lot when talking about KU, even the most resilient K-State fan or player has got to be feeling, I don't know, I'm not even sure the description, to be staring at that record at this point in the Big 12 and coming off a really solid performance against UCF. Again, this might be an indictment on UCF with what KU and K-State both did to them in beating them at home in K-State's or in KU's case, and pretty much running away and hiding from them until a late score in Manhattan. But this is a K-State team that had a 31-17 lead and spit it out and lost 35-34. And I saw a lot of vitriol on the text line this weekend when it comes to Matt Wells and his job security or lack thereof. And another text just came in, basically said the same thing. If K-State's OC was as talented as her kids, it'd be a lot better. Time to ship him out. That was awful. Clock management in grade school football would be expected to be better. See, that's the thing to me. Play calling's one thing, and maybe decisions by Avery Johnson, but clock management with K-State. And Chance pointed out to me in the Baylor game. Play selection down on the goal line, clock management, This is not a one-off. This is not, oh, well, it bit them in Waco. We'll just move on to the next and clean it up. There's a lot of cleaning up to do when it comes to play calling, decision-making from Avery. And I certainly don't want to come down too hard on Avery Johnson because he was part of the reason why they were not only tied at halftime. That was a good drive at the end of the first half to get them to 17-17, but he was a big reason why they led 31-17. And a lot of what he was left to try to do was to try to put away Baylor when they have arguably the best quarterback in the Big 12. Statistically, he is. He actually entered the game. Sawyer Robertson is the guy I'm talking about. Entered the game leading the FBS in passer rating, passing yards, and touchdowns. So the fact that he had 345 and 2, not too surprising. And to try drive them down for a 53-yard field goal, which turned out to be the game winner because K-State's attempt at a 56-yard field goal by Luis Rodriguez, who's been good this year, got blocked. And the Wildcats suffer another one-score defeat. More on that in a minute. But Avery Johnson was 29-45 with 339, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. That was a big one. Was returned for a touchdown. He also had 10 carries for 72 yards and another touchdown. But Baylor storms back from 31-17 down, took the lead with a 53-yard field goal with 31 seconds left. 4th one-score loss for K-State now. As much as when we talked about KU making that defensive stand out at the goal line, and it was one that no one really expected coming off of what happened against Cincinnati. And Jack was talking about when KU fans faced with something like that in the UCF game, there was what Jack determined as a feeling of dread. Like, okay, here we go again. That's going to happen. And even after a goal line stand and UCF got the ball back, game wasn't over, and certainly not in the mind of KU fans. And I'm just wondering about the what's in the headspace of K-State fans when it comes to one-score games. Like, I feel like that there's a lot of the same sentiments, feelings, like stomach aches when the game's close with both of these teams. And to say nothing about when these two teams play each other. My gosh. Unless one team's blowing the other one out, both teams are going to feel like they're going to lose with the way that they have been, I don't even know what, put through the ringer in the one-score games. And it happened to KU again, another one-score loss, their 4th one. Texas says, I feel like bad defense is more of our problem than anything else. Scored 34 points on the road. That should win most games. Yes. And that's a big reason why I don't want to throw Avery Johnson under the bus for throwing a pick, because he was a big reason why they were up 31-17. Statistically, he played very well. But it just seems to me, and I'm sure it seems to K-State fans, if it's not one thing, it's another with these guys. However, and defense and the play calling and clock management we've already talked about, they all play a part in this for sure. But it gets to a point when you lose games like this and multiple games in the season like this, some of it starts to become mental with the players. There's no way around that. You can't convince me otherwise. That the players in some way are waiting for the other shoe to drop. K-State had the ball for almost 38 minutes on Saturday, and they still lost. They scored the points, of course, but they had 501 yards of offense too. And Baylor was 3 out of 9 on 3rd downs and 0 for 1 on 4th downs. So how do you lose that game? And like I said, if it's not already, it's going to become mental unless they blow a team out. And I think some of it's mental right now. to start with. And certainly the people that aren't playing in the game, either the coaching staff or the fans, got to be feeling like, well, we got to watch this thing until the clock hits 000 because you never know. And it almost went down that way to the very end to the good. But a 56-yard field goal gets blocked and Baylor wins the game 35-34. So, Jack, I'll ask you, is what is afflicting K-State's fans, so would you say it's similar to what KU fans have to go through, because it's like, oh God, here we go again?
Well, I mean, it's K-State's first time, I feel like, dealing with losses like this under Chris Kleiman. I know our very own Chance Lebo, who we'll hear from here shortly, sent the tweet about Chris Kleiman in one-score games over the last 3 years, which he's 5-10. But again, we've talked about it this year with the Wildcats of how they've lost some of these games, right? The way they lost it in Dublin against Iowa State. We talked about it that very next Monday about, I don't recall them blowing games like that. Not that they had a huge lead against Iowa State, but you felt the momentum was going to shift and they were going to get a stop or this was going to happen. It didn't happen. Then they had a weird performance against North Dakota where they needed a fourth quarter, fourth down comeback, on their final drive of the game. And then after that, they lose to Army, a team that just doesn't want to throw the football. And then they lose to Arizona in odd fashion.
Yeah.
And so now they lose to Baylor and Waco, where they didn't just have a 2-score lead, Shane, in the fourth quarter. They had the ball. They were pinned inside their 10, and I believe picked up 2 first downs. So I went to coaches again on Saturday, and I was watching a little bit of this game, kind of off and on. I was doing stuff around the house, and then I walked upstairs. I saw it was 31-17. I saw K-State was near midfield, and I went, okay, I'm going to leave. I don't need to see the rest of this game. I'll catch the start of Texas and Florida when I get there. And I got there. And at that time, I was seeing Baylor have the pick 6 to then take the lead on Kansas State. And I'm going, how did that happen in the time frame of when I left my house to get here? And you just don't see that from K-State teams. Chris Kleiman, yes, he may have struggled in one-score games, but he's still a phenomenal coach. And this is, by far and away, in my opinion, the most talented roster he's ever had. I feel we all echoed that going into Big 12 Media Day and how K-State should be the favorite to win this conference. Their schedule matches up. I don't get it. I really don't understand it. And I do still have that sense that they're going to play good football in the final 4 weeks. But at that point, what are you playing for? And Chance and I discussed this on Friday of, if you lose to Baylor in Waco, and that's now your second Big 12 loss, you're 2-4, you're not really playing for Arlington anymore. You're playing to become bowl eligible, and that really hasn't been on the radar for Kansas State teams over the last handful of years. It's been, we'll settle for bowl eligibility, but we're playing for a Big 12 title pretty much the entire year. And this is a year that I absolutely thought they were going to get 9 or 10 wins. All of our predictions, Shane, the 4 of us, we had them at 9 wins, I think at bare minimum. And they just aren't closing out games. And Avery Johnson has looked good in a handful of these losses, which makes it that much more concerning. But I also don't know why our texters are putting everything on Matt Wells. That defense is not good. That defense is not good whatsoever. And, Joe Klanderman has been there, I don't know how many years, but been there a good amount of time, where why is it always, and I feel we do this in sports, we always want to put blame at the feet of the OC. What about K-State's offense other than who? Arizona, maybe the Army game, Iowa State. It was week 0 in rainy Dublin, and Iowa State wasn't scoring either. Matt Wells has not been perfect. Don't get me wrong here. But go back to some of these games that they've lost in close fashion. Yeah, I remember the Arizona game. Avery Johnson had 9 completions for 78 yards
it
or
was
something
bad
like
for
that.
a long time. Yeah.
It was really bad, but he's also had some really phenomenal games, including this one in Waco.
Yeah, he had 411 total yards. You need to win that game.
You're not, so that's where I don't see the blame of Matt Wells in this specific game. There can be games earlier this year where you go, against Army, the fact you couldn't outscore Army, but against North Dakota, that wasn't the offense.
No.
They scored 38 points. Against who am I missing here? Against UCF, it was the offense in the running game that put up 34 points against the Golden Knights there. Like I said, it's not been one guy's fault all season long. I kind of feel it's been blame all around this team, right? It's been the injuries there, right? They haven't been healthy all season long. Sometimes it's been the offensive line. Sometimes it's been Avery Johnson. Sometimes it's been this defense. But I'll tell you this, the offense did their job on Saturday. They had a 2-score lead and the ball, and the defense kind of did what KU's done in some of the games I've been very irritated, which they went, there's 10 minutes left. We can probably play prevent defense. And no, a good team with a good quarterback will be able to score quickly on that. And Baylor scoring quickly when they got the ball back down by 14, that flipped the game. And then, yes, the one mistake Avery Johnson made, in my opinion, all game long, was kind of how you sum up this season, is it not? Like, you play really well.
It's like I said, man, it's not one thing, it's another.
It's another. And that throw that he made are throws that junior quarterbacks just can't make in that spot.
Yeah.
You just can't. And that is what I've felt has kept him back from being the best quarterback in this conference, is we know the talent's there. We know he can run. We know that he can throw better than some people give him credit for. But in some of those games, he'll make that mistake where you go, what are you doing? How can you make that play on, I believe it was only 2nd and 10, and he just floats it to a guy who's not even looking, and it's picked off and returned the other way. If you go back to last year, I want to say it was, he did the same damn thing against Colorado in Boulder, yet they went back to win that game because they had a big connection to Jace Brown. In fact, it was eerily similar to the touchdown he had where his helmet got ripped off on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring that up too.
Like, it was like he made the mistake, and then it was, let's take a shot. Let's get that momentum right back. But it's those mistakes where you go, dude, you cannot throw that ball there. You are too talented, too high IQ of a quarterback to make that mistake in that moment. And for Kansas State fans, look, I can't say that I know exactly what you feel like, because KU hasn't had the consistent level of success that K-State's had over the last decade, but you're walking in uncharted territory. I mean, really, since the Ron Prince era, K-State's not had a year like this where they're near last place in the Big 12. They're 2-4, an ugly non-con loss to Army, who's won one game, I believe, this year, and it's in Manhattan against Kansas State, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, what'd they do against Tarleton?
They lost.
Tarleton beat them. Okay. No,
Army, I'm pretty
overtime.
sure Army has one. If not, it's just 2. I know they're not above 2, but those losses don't happen. Arizona, that's the game where when you saw it teetering in the third quarter, those other K-State teams blow them out of the water. Against Baylor and Waco, it's that momentum shifting, dominant road win against a team that was favored to beat you. And I have to guess that it is mental at this point. I really do. You're halfway through the season. So anything you are hoping to have happen, you're kind of just hoping at this point. Right?
Right. You don't have anything to really fall back on. It's just hope.
Yeah. It's just, things are going to start falling our way. And yeah, they might. I do expect them to still beat somebody they're not supposed to. Fingers crossed on my end. It's not against Kansas, because I imagine Kansas will be favored in that game. But you can see it. You can see the pieces are there. You can see the talent. It just ain't happening. And that's college football 101. Sometimes you have all the pieces and it just doesn't fall your way.
If things don't change, somebody's going to pay for it with their jobs too. And probably not going to be all the way to the top, but somebody's got to be the fall guy. 1-2, 2-4, homecoming against TCU next weekend. And of course, K-State is a small favorite. All right, when we come back, it is time for our Player of the Week, brought to you by Prochaska Howland Prochaska Law. For more than 38 years, their experienced team has helped fight for your rights, regardless of legal status. Call them, 316-683-9080. That's 683-9080, or find them online at phpattorneys.com. My Player of the Week went off over the weekend, and he has some ties to Wichita State. We'll tell you who and why when we come back. It's 119.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from every one sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Hey, Shocker fans! Wichita State basketball returns to the hardwood for a charity scrimmage against former Missouri Valley foe Drake this Saturday, October 11th. Tip-off is set for 6 p.m. All tickets are only $20 and seating is general admission. Parking is free and available on a first-come, first-served basis, making this an affordable, family-friendly opportunity to support the Shocks. Get your tickets now at GoShockers.com/tickets or call 316-978-FANS. That's GoShockers.com/tickets or 316-978-FANS. Go Shockers!
In business, just like in sports, the best defense wins games. That's where Conradi Insurance comes in, delivering elite risk management and employee benefits to companies across the greater Wichita area. As the largest family-owned independent insurance agency in Wichita, we don't just talk the talk, we protect Kansas businesses like they're part of our team. Conradi Insurance, built for business, rooted in community, always playing to win. Visit ConradiInsurance.com to get in the game.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
There's no easy games in this league. There's no easy offenses. They got receivers, and the running back, I think, is the guy that's kind of generating right now.
They're punching the football out, they're tipping passes, they're intercepting the football when they get their hands on it. And so we have to make sure that we're really fundamentally sound as well, and we can't give them any opportunity because they're capitalizing on them.
Wichita's home for Chiefs coverage, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Well, I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body.
All the way back in 1987, this song was released by the late George Michael.
Let's just let it roll.
Let's. Amen.
So good.
Good tune. Good tune. R.I.P. George Michael. Time for our Players of the Week, brought to you by PHP Law. Mine is a rookie pitcher for the Blue Jays named Trey Yesavich, and he had a start for the ages against the Yankees in Toronto. And I don't even know where to begin with Trey Yesavich's 5 1/3 no-hit innings. They took him out due in large part to the Yankees being down by 1 million. So he was taken out with a no-hitter intact after 5 1/3 and 11 strikeouts. What was that, Jack? His fourth start, period, in the big leagues?
I want to say it was his fourth. The Royals saw him at the very end of the year, too.
Yeah, he put it to the Rays twice, but the Royals knocked him around a little bit in his start against KC. But the one yesterday, 11 strikeouts, 5 1/3. He throws hard, but not super duper hard. He's got a really good split finger fastball. He was the number 20 overall pick last year in the draft. He went through 4 minor league levels this year before joining the Blue Jays. Yeah, 3 September starts. He won 1. That was against the Rays, of course. No decision against the Royals. Pitched really well against the Rays both times. And then he did what he did yesterday against the Yanks. He needed fewer than 4 innings to beat Toronto's previous record for postseason strikeouts. 8 by Dave Stieb. David Price did it twice, and Juan Guzman from back in the day did it. Set a Blue Jays record by striking out 9 Rays batters in his debut. 8 of his 11 punch-outs yesterday came on splitters. and the other 3 came on fastballs that were 96. So I don't want to make it sound like he's a soft tosser, but 96 isn't 101, and a handful of guys can do that. But anyway, the ties to Wichita for Trey Yasevich, and you don't really even have, it's not a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon kind of thing either, because he went to ECU, who of course is in the same conference as Wichita State. So I got a little curious yesterday, and I can recall Yasevich, but I can't recall him quite like I did Gavin Williams, who also went to East Carolina, by the way. And I remembered Gavin Williams. He reminded me of Garrett Cole, like just a large human and threw a million. Well, Trey Yasevich had a tremendous arm at ECU as well. His last 2 years at East Carolina, he went a combined 18-2 in 29 starts. His sophomore year, he struck out 105 in 76 innings. And his junior year, which was just last year, 11-1 with 145 punch outs in 93 innings. So the stuff was undeniable. And that's what led to him being taken in the first round just last year. Last year, against Wichita State, he's pitched against the Shockers 4 times in his career. Last year, he squared off against Caden Favors, who was a draft pick of the Guardians from Wichita State. 6 2/3, 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, and 15 strikeouts. So he struck out 15 Shockers in a game that ECU pitchers combined to strike out 19 in that win. So not surprising numbers considering he's a first rounder against Wichita State last year. The year before, that was the real interesting find in my dig through the record books. He squared off against Peyton Tolley in Wichita, and the Shockers knocked him around. In a year that he went 7-1, he didn't last 2 innings against Wichita State that year, 2023. Inning and 2/3, 6 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, no strikeouts. And then you go back to his freshman year. He actually pitched in relief his freshman year, and he got a save against Wichita State in 2022. He got the final out of a game, got a strikeout, and pitched 2 separate times, totaling 1 complete inning. So Trey Yasevich, postseason hero for Toronto, taking a no-hitter into the 6th inning against the New York Yankees, pitched 4 times against Wichita State in his career with a mixed bag. He was 1-1 with 1 save, 9 1/3, 11 hits, 5 runs, 3 walks, and 16 strikeouts. So if you're a Shocker fan and you think, Trey Yasevich, that sounds familiar, that's because you probably watched him or at least listened to him when he pitched against Wichita State. And that's what led him to first round greatness and a historic season that saw him go through 4 levels and pitch in the playoffs yesterday. Not just pitch, struck out 11 in 5 1/3 no-hit innings. His initial team in the minors this year was at Dunedin, and then he went to Vancouver, struck out 33 in 17 1/3 innings there, gave up 5 hits. Then he went to AA New Hampshire, made 7 starts there, and then made 4 starts at AAA Buffalo, striking out more batters than innings pitched each level along the way. His minor league numbers this year at all those stops, 160 strikeouts in 98 innings. So Trey Yasevich, brilliance yesterday, and has a history and a past with Wichita State. All right, Jack, you got a player of the week you want to bear down on?
Yeah, I'm going from the biggest upset of the weekend, and I always want to make sure I pronounce it correctly, but Nico Iamaleava, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Tennessee transfer.
Yeah, that's right.
Going to UCLA and getting nothing but hate for 4 weeks because UCLA sucked and they were unwatchable. And I want to even say that in our pick 6, we were poking fun at somebody, calling them the worst Power 4, Power 5 team, and UCLA was brought up. They were just unwatchable. Nobody goes to the games. In fact, I saw this earlier in the week that they were doing a blue out for the game at the Rose Bowl.
Nice try.
And a bunch of Penn State people got a hold of it, and it's like more like blowout, right? It's next going to be ugly. Nobody's going to be there. And this should be a 56 to nothing type of beat down. And Penn State, of course, was a 25-point favorite. It should have been more, in my opinion.
No
although
doubt.
The outcome of the game should suggest otherwise. But, Sharon Moore, or not Sharon Moore, that's in Michigan. I'm blanking on who UCLA's head coach was. He was already canned. So they're on their interim.
Deshaun
something.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to look it up right now.
Me too.
But anyways, He was canned. And Skipper something, I'm also too lazy to look up the interim head coach here, but Skipper something is now the head coach of UCLA. It doesn't matter, though, because they're not my player of the week. It would be Iamaleava, Nico, as I probably should call him the rest of the way. Man, did he have the performance of a lifetime in a shocking and stunning upset for UCLA over Penn State, who now probably has their season all but wrapped up. They're 0-2 in Big Ten play. They still have to play Ohio State in Columbus in the Horseshoe later on this year. I thought it was so childish and petty of Drew Aller. I don't know if you caught this post-game interview, but he got asked by one of the Penn State media people, are you guys still competing for a college football playoff appearance? And he kind of scoffed at him and said, well, what do you think? And he's like, I don't know. And he said, yeah, of course we are. And it's like, well, no, you're not. You already have 2 losses in Big Ten play, and you're not getting in to the college football playoffs out of the Big Ten at even 10-2. They got to win out the rest of the way, which seems very unlikely after losing to UCLA in front of your home crowd, basically. There was not a ton of UCLA fans there. But aside from the point, it was quite a performance for Nico. Had 166 yards through the air. He was 17 of 24. 2 touchdowns, no picks. Also led them in rushing, 128 on the ground. 16 carries for 3 touchdowns. So as a whole, UCLA had 435 yards of offense, and that's what Nico contributed to it. 166 through the air, 128 on the ground. He had 5 of their 6 touchdowns, and oh boy, I don't know if you caught the end of this game too. The play call that former Kansas OC Andy Kotelnicki had with Penn State's game on the line, or their season on the line, I guess we could probably say it, was the most laughable JV snickerdoodle reverse play call I've ever seen in my lifetime. And if I was a Penn State fan, I would be so unbelievably – I mean, it got blown up at the point of the snap. So maybe if the offensive line was correct on the snap count and got a good jump, they could have had something, because it was a receiver coming over, and it seemed like it was going to be an RPO-type play, and it just got crunched right as the ball was snapped. But it wasn't a great play call to begin with. And now Penn State, after that loss, 42-37. Remember, they had lost to Oregon in Happy Valley the week before that. I want to say we had all picked Oregon as well. Here's what they have the rest of the way. They have Northwestern at home, gimme game. Yeah. But then they do have to go to Kinnick Stadium and take on Iowa. So if we're going to scoff at that, I'll just keep bringing up this UCLA game.
Right.
Kinnick Stadium is going to have the blackout for that game. That's in 2 weeks. Then they have to go to the Horseshoe November 1st to take on Ohio State. Right after that, they come back home for Indiana. Then they go to East Lansing to take on Michigan State and end the year against Nebraska and Rutgers. I'm hoping that Penn State misses the college football playoffs, because I've never really been a big fan of James Franklin. But he got booed off the field, too. It was kind of sad, because his daughter was right there. And she came to hug him when they were walking off. And the Penn State fans that had made that trip from the East Coast to the West Coast, cross country, got treated to that game. And oh, by the way, even though Nico was my player of the week and I'm still giving him praise, they asked James Franklin in the postgame, what contributed to something like this. I mean, this is a seismic loss.
The biggest upset in like 40 years, statistically.
UCLA became the 3rd team all time, I believe, to be winless and beat a top 10 opponent.
Yeesh.
Like be 0-4 or worse, I believe it was. Yeah. So 0-4 or worse, I know it's kind of a very specific stat there.
Yeah.
But the worst thing James Franklin did when talking about what led to this type of performance, first thing he cited was travel. And that, if that is not the most cowardice and biggest excuse I have heard when UCLA and Penn State have now been in the same conference for 2 years, I don't want to hear it because there are other teams that travel. I mean, hell, what do you think Oregon did last week? Oregon had to go.
Yeah, and they're playing a day. Was that a day game too?
Yeah, it was a day game. So they had to fly
yeah.
from Eugene to Pennsylvania and play that football game. And you think that, I know for a fact Dan Lanning was not talking about travel or anything like that. I don't know if you saw this, too. I'm going on such a tangent.
That's all right.
But Dan Lanning in the game right before running on the field for Happy Valley last week, they do that chant of "We are Penn State."
Yeah.
You know, he said they're chanting "We are," but it should be about to get our ass kicked.
I did see that.
I can't get enough of Dan Lanning. He's not my player of the week. He'll probably be at some point there, but bum of the week, maybe James Franklin to pair with player of the week and Nico. That was a thrilling game. So much fun. And you know what? As much heat as we gave the kid, I'm still not sold that it was 100% on him. Of all these moves, the NIL money and leaving Tennessee and Josh Heupel, I believe it was heavily influenced by his family. And I will say, from a spectator of college football, I like good quarterback play. And that was not good quarterback play for the first 4 weeks for the Bruins. They got some damn good quarterback play against Penn State. And now let's see what this interim group and Nico do the rest of the way. I don't know if they're going to win more than 3 or 4 games, but they've got something to point back to. They can beat just about anybody in that conference with the exception of Oregon or Ohio State.
They might have to join Hawaii as the adopted teams of
Hey, I've learned their chant now, too.
Right.
I'll save it for pick 6.
All
So
right.
don't worry, I'm not going to do it now. I've done too much talking in this segment, but I'll learn it. I'll learn it for the next pick I have with the Bruins.
All right. By the way, it was Deshaun Foster. That was a guy we couldn't think of. And to be fair to
And
Drew,
Skipper what now?
No, I don't know. Deshaun Foster's the only one I care about.
Deshaun Foster, but the interim Skipper something. Skipper Jones, maybe? I don't know.
Can't possibly be Skipper Jones.
It sounds fake, but I
does.
swear it's something like that.
And Drew Aller, to be fair, he played well. And he didn't give up 42 points. The defense did. But anyway, there you go. There's our
Tim Skipper.
Not even his first name. Oh, God.
Skip.
137. I'm old Jack Young. Next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita.
Is this Wallen?
92.3 FM.
Yeah, jerk.
Hi, this is Blake Davis with Davis Liquor Outlet.
And this is Brian Davis with a special on Cutwater
was
4-packs, only $10.99.
And for you wine lovers, Chateau Ste. Michelle Cabernet, just $11.99.
Davis Liquor Outlet.
Each store independently owned and operated.
Wichita owned, Wichita proud.
Dirty exterior? Don't scrub it. Wet it and forget it. Wet and Forget, the easy outdoor cleaner.
All right, let's see
Wet
what
and
Celsius
Forget
has in
works
store
over
for today.
time with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget's available in a concentrate or extreme reach hose end. Purchase Wet and Forget in store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here?
I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
Yeah, come on now.
You need a
Get
taco.
together.
You need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Football season is here, and Profit Shares is back with their free-to-play contest for both pro and college football. Can you predict who will win the Big 12? How many games will Kelsey have at least 75 receiving yards? What will be the outcome when K-State battles KU and Lawrence? All contests are free-to-play. If you do well, you can redeem or play money for a donation to your favorite charity
no
or
high
50
fructose
bucks to
corn syrup,
celebrate
no
your success.
aspartame,
Make a
no
difference.
artificial
Treat
colors.
yourself. The choice is yours.
70
Head to
central vitamins.
ProfitShares.com today. That's ProfitShares.com. Profit
Celsius.
Shares. Predictions
I don't
that
know who
change
the
the
company
game.
is, I'd imagine.
Finding yourself stuck out on the ledge, and there ain't no healing. From cutting yourself at the jagged edge, I'm telling you that it's never that bad. Taking what's ours, but where you're at.
I'm old, Jack's young. Chance is here. He's in for Pat again today with Pulse. Coming up. Chance, do you have thoughts on the K-State game by any chance?
Plenty of them.
Okay.
Glad you asked.
Group, Jack?
Uh-huh.
Sure know who it sounds like, but
You got it.
you think so?
Oh, yeah.
This is them?
Yep.
Huh.
I know who you're thinking, and you just need to say it.
Okay.
Don't doubt yourself.
Don't overthink it. Okay, well.
3 doors down.
Is that a
Chance.
shot at me? What the hell?
No. It's. I hope I'm not leading Shane astray. You know this.
Nickelback.
There you go.
Yeah.
I knew it.
They don't. Do they sound like?
Chad Kroger has a very distinct
Yeah,
voice.
he does. Yeah. All right. 142 here on a Monday. Coming up a little bit later on tonight. Again, well, it's later this afternoon. Chiefs pregame at 5 o'clock. And that'll lead you into, of course, Monday Night Football, Chiefs Jags. Right here on the channel, though, join in progress. We're going to have Dodgers and Phillies. Postseason baseball continues here on ESPN Wichita. Birthdays today. Celebrating his 46th. Richard Seymour.
Football.
Correct.
I
Patriots.
think his friends called him Dick Seymour.
Patriots legend. Maybe his real close
friends.
Yeah.
And don't do that.
You're right. He was a defensive end after all, so if you weren't that tight with him, he could squash you like a bug if he didn't want to be called Dick. 3-time first-team All-Pro also. Play with the Raiders for a minute. Speaking of the Raiders, what are we doing? Gino? Wow.
That's so laughable.
You
I
know,
hate
it
that
really
it's
is.
Gino. I hate that it's Gino.
I love Gino.
I kind of do, but I kind of don't, though.
I mean, I didn't think it was like a super high ceiling ad, but 2 years, $75 million, and you gave up a 3rd-round pick for him, and he looks like probably. I mean, he still like throws the ball well. There are quarterbacks that play in the NFL that look worse than him throwing the ball.
True,
but I mean, I don't know what he's looking at. And
turnovers are turnovers. I don't care what he looks like.
And you have to remember that last year he played with, or I mean, hell, even for the last 3 years, you know, Tyler Lockett, JSN, DK Metcalf. Like, guess who was the second best receiver on the field for the Raiders yesterday? You probably can't. I mean, Dante Thornton, who was like a 5th round pick. Trey Tucker.
Trey Tucker, I've heard of. Bowers didn't
Jacoby
play.
Myers, Bowers, and Michael Meyer didn't play.
Yeah.
So he was down a ton of weapons. But, yeah, that was bad. He's just looked bad all season. I never bought into the Raiders hype. I didn't really see what.
Was there any really?
There was a lot of people that like they could make some noise. They could finish 9-8 and sneak into the playoffs, but I just didn't see it.
Do you know what nobody wants to admit, but it has to be true? If you go back over the last, 10 to 15 years, and you're like, who is the most stable coach that was actually bringing them to prominence? It was John Gruden.
Oh,
no,
I thought you were going
right.
to say Pete Carroll was one of those coaches. But yeah,
No,
John Gruden. Yeah.
Pete Carroll could be that guy, but for what they had, I mean, maybe Rich Bisaccia when he was, that was kind of a dumb move to not put him in charge when he turned that team around a little bit. So that was another Raiders mistake. But honestly, when I thought the Raiders were on the way up and they were starting to play better football, at the time that he was fired for the comments, I don't know how long it was before that, but I thought that they were playing better football. Like they were kind of middle of the pack, it felt like, in a bad AFC West. But no, the hire after that with Antonio Pierce was awful, absolutely awful. Pete Carroll, he brought stability, but he's also 70 exactly, maybe.
He might be older than that.
a little bit older than
Yeah.
that. He's not a long-term solution.
They
constantly shoot themselves.
What bugged me about Gino was they wrote me off.
Yeah.
then I didn't write back.
That was last year.
Yeah.
He did well. He did well.
He played well for the last, and especially with his teammates liking him and compared to Russell Wilson, that probably helped him a lot. But I'm going to do this is maybe a Red Friday preview, but I'm going to look at head coaches over the age of 60 in college and the NFL, because obviously Belichick's been a train wreck. Carroll hasn't done a good job. And then coaches under the age of 45 and see kind of what the comparable record is, especially when you consider some teams might be moving on from some coaches.
Mhm.
When you think about the complacency, failure to adapt, but that's going to be a research project of mine this week for Red Friday.
There you have it.
I did need to back up my stats here too, because I just didn't want to throw out slop if it wasn't even true. John Gruden went 4-12 in his first year, coming back in 2018. Then went 7-9, went 8-8, and the Raiders were 3-2 when he was forced to resign. And they put Rich Bisaccia there.
They made the playoffs that year, right? That was the tie gate with the Chargers, where they could have tied it, but they decided not to.
I think it was
Brandon Staley.
I think it was. Yeah. So either keeping, I guess in that point they couldn't have kept Gruden, but at least keeping Rich Bisaccia. They wanted to have a flashier signing or hiring because they're in Vegas now. And oh boy, I mean, we need to start talking about them being the worst team in football. I thought it was the Saints. They have a win now. So do the Titans.
Jets.
The Jets still have a pretty competent quarterback in Justin Fields. I can speak to that as
the Cowboys ran
fantasy
roughshod over them.
Yeah,
yesterday.
I don't know if I'm gonna.
Cowboys have a good offense.
They do.
They do.
Even without old CD. Hey, Rebecca Lobo, 52.
Big Four?
Kind of. I mean, no. Rebecca's a female, so,
Tennis.
No. Jack. Really? Former UConn great basketball player. WNBA. Rebecca Lobo, she's on TV.
Nope.
Moving on. Moving on. Darren Oliver, 55.
Former lefty reliever.
That's right. Most famously for the Rangers. He was born in Kansas City. I didn't know that.
Pitched for a lot of years.
Sure did. Nope, not same day, same year. Robert Person, 56.
That's baseball.
Yeah, very good. Remember him? Pitcher? Mets?
Yeah, Philly.
Uh-huh. Ruben Sierra, 60.
Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Ruben.
Puerto Rican native, 4-time All-Star. Oakland A. Once. Albert Lewis, 65.
Football.
Correct. Chief. Raider. Dennis Boyd, 66. Nickname.
Baseball. I'll take it. Dang it.
Oil can.
Probably baseball then.
Very good. Yes.
Better than gas can.
Former Red Sox. Yes. Or the arsonist. Tony Dungy, 70.
Football. I can't believe we missed clock killing Corey Dillon's birthday yesterday.
Dang it.
Right? It was yesterday. It was Sunday.
No, it wasn't yesterday, but I was at the FanDuel and they were talking about Dylan Gabriel on the broadcast, and they're like, he was named after Corey Dillon, and my ears perked up. I was like,
real?
I was like a dog when the doorbell rings. I was like, oh my gosh, are you really saying?
I thought you were just kidding.
Oh no, I was being serious.
That's awesome.
Dylan has never been topped. Never been topped, that nickname. Every time we go through it, it's never even had a close second place.
And then it was mentioned on for some reason Bill Simmons brought it up on his podcast last night. He was talking about the Patriots when they had Corey Dillon or something like that. I'm like, good Lord. This is like, the Google thing where it shows you the trends over time, like Mariah Carey, her interest goes up, like where's True TV? That interest goes up in March.
Right.
Corey Dillon had like a generational day yesterday where his attention got higher than any ever has before. You brought up Tony Dungy. I think NBC has the best pregame show for all NFL. I get that they have the ability to go back and look at games that have happened compared to CBS.
You're talking about Football Night in America?
Yeah, Football Night in America.
It's entertaining. I'll push back on the Dungy part if you think he's a part of what's good.
No, I'm not. I don't think he does a
Okay.
great job. But I think Jason Garrett and whichever McCourty is in there, they do a pretty good job. And not a huge Mike Tirico fan. I think he needs to shut his mouth more often than not, but he does a good job at bringing you what actually matters.
Mhm.
But the Fox one is borderline unwatchable. CBS does a solid job. They've got some good analysts, but it was much better when they had JJ Watt. But
Would it surprise you to know that I don't watch any pregame unless
No.
it's Sunday Night Football?
I don't really watch any of them either because
Okay.
obviously I'm down at FanDuel doing my own pregame. I
Ooh.
think that NBC is a little bit better than what are the chances, but
You have your own show?
yeah.
Oh, humble brag. I didn't know that.
This is a show with your name on it
Wow.
right now.
That's right. So speaking of, you need to talk a little less. Just kidding. Born on this day, now dead. Non-Big Four, Jack. Helen Wills Moody. Non-Big Four.
Novelist.
No, she played a sport. Come on, play along.
Olympian.
No, guess again.
Golf.
No, tennis.
Doesn't that sound like a novelist?
Yes, it does,
kind of.
actually.
Helen Wills Moody.
Mhm. She wrote Little Women. It's not true. Who did write Little Women?
F. Scott Fitzgerald. That's the only novelist I know. Shakespeare, maybe.
Are you familiar with Ted, the movie?
Yeah, no. That's
And the F. Scott
What did he
Fitzgerald
do to you?
exchange there? That was great.
Francis.
Ted. Ooh, Dead Day. Buck O'Neill, 2006.
Oh, baseball.
That's right.
Somebody said Jane Austen on the text line is the
I think it
author
might be,
of
yeah.
Little Women.
Sorry, texter.
We've got an English teacher listening
Exactly.
to the show.
Yeah, and we're not we're not English majors over here.
Since we're going a bit haywire and you brought up Ted, my favorite line in that is when he's trying to escape the little boy's room and he wants to play hide and seek and he goes, all right, you just need to turn around and count to 10. And the little boy goes, should I wash my hands first? He goes, that's a weird question to ask before starting.
God.
Oh, man. I haven't watched that movie in so long.
Well, it's not worth watching unless it's uncensored. You know what
Yeah,
I
that's
mean?
true.
You don't need to be watching it when it's bleeped out, like if it's on MTV or something. Trying to guess his girlfriend's name.
Oh,
Classic, too.
yes. Tammy Lynn. Oh,
Also dying on this day, Jack. Connie Hawkins, 2017. Connie was a guy.
Basketball.
They're very good. Yes.
Any relation to Coleman?
Don't think so. He's a Harlem Globetrotter and a Laker,
see,
etc.
He was an Iowa Hawkeye.
Surely we would have known that was.
Yeah, it would have been
Coleman
on every
Hawkins.
ESPN. Would have been on every ESPN Plus broadcast,
Including this guy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh man, who was the?
Well, they do it now, and I like the story. But Avery and Dylan, every ESPN Plus broadcast, you know, these guys played childhood football together.
That's right, best friends growing up.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Colt McCoy, Jordan Shipley. Do you know they were roommates in college? Do you know they lived together? It's one of those things where, yes, after about 3 or 4 games, we understand.
Yes,
Speaking of,
we know
there were some awful for great games, awful broadcasts this weekend. Like it was just ear bleeds left and right.
Did you hear,
Listen, I'm not going to out anybody, but
what about the Eric Collins, the Charlotte Hornets announcer?
I like that guy.
People
that
were
guy
asking,
was awesome.
People were asking for more of Eric Collins.
Jim
Yeah.
Nance
He's
and Tony
hilarious.
Romo are calling the Masters between the Eagles and the Broncos.
Broncos.
And then Eric Collins, Tagovailoa,
losing his mind.
Oh man,
My favorite Eric Collins call is when because he's the Hornets play-by-play
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
And there was one where Karl Anthony Towns. I was watching this game live just for the cinematic experience of Eric Collins, and Karl Anthony Towns was going for like 50 on this night, and he just pulled up from like 30 feet, and he goes, "No!" And he starts like not cheering for the other team, but also showing enthusiasm for when you're seeing something that's unprecedented.
Right.
That's what I appreciate for play-by-play guys of their own team.
Yeah.
Is that if you're seeing something ridiculous, you kind of have to feed into it. Tom Hamilton does a great job of that for the Cleveland Guardians. Like if there's something crazy going on, he's going to show some emotion, and there's the 5th home run of the game by some player. And there's a good pitch. He golfed it out there. And, it's number 5 for him in the game through 6 innings. No, you show the enthusiasm like Eric.
That's being a pro.
But
That's
also
being a pro.
in an absolutely unwatchable contest between the Dolphins and the Panthers. That's what you need in those kind of games.
No doubt.
Yeah, that
Even
game.
giving him heat.
You get Spiro Ditas and whoever on that call.
Adam
and
Archuleta.
they were on, I think, the Titans call yesterday. And that was awful. He was talking about, the Cardinals, they were up 2, and he was like, the Titans go for the tie here? Do they go for the win with the touchdown? And Archuleta was like, I think they're gonna go for the win here. It was pretty funny.
Also dying on this day back in 1997, Johnny Vandermeer.
Baseball.
Yes. Only guy to throw back-to-back no-hitters, Johnny Vandermeer. All right. We did all we could from noon to 2. So now we pass the baton to old Chance. He's in for Pat today. Stick around and listen to him. He's got plenty of thoughts. The Pulse is next.
The way, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's
Do you have any of the reads yet from Pat?
Get started.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique luxury remodeling experience. From the initial consultation through project design and production, our team provides concierge-style service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation. Are you ready to experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239 or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
The ESPN Wichita app is available now for both Android and Apple. Go to your app store and download today. All you have to do is search ESPN Wichita and take the station with you wherever you go. While you're there, find podcasts of your favorite shows. Sign up for our app-only contests. Send a text into the show and much more. The ESPN Wichita app, your source for sports in Wichita. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Ed Bankin. It's another day of postseason baseball action with the National League taking center
Do you have
stage.
any of the
First
reads
up,
yet
game 2
from
between
Pat?
the Phillies and Dodgers from Philadelphia, with LA looking to take a 2-0 lead. Phillies outfielder Harrison Bader is not in the lineup for today's game. He suffered
All right,
a
Jack,
groin
ready to rock
injury
and
in
roll.
game 1. You can hear the game on ESPN Radio with our
I
coverage
got
getting
you. Do
underway
you
at
have any of those
5:30
reads
Eastern.
from Pat yet?
The second game of the
I
night
don't.
on ESPN
He said
Radio will be the Brewers and Cubs from Milwaukee.
but if you don't
the
have
Brewers
them,
will look for a
I don't
2-0
know.
series
Okay, I'll
lead
look
after
for 'em
blowing
again
out the
and then
Cubs in
send
game
them to
one.
you.
The American
Okay.
League Division Series will resume tomorrow. Toronto has a 2-0 lead on New York. ESPN Radio's Clinton Yates said the Blue Jays have made a statement.
I mean, the Blue Jays are a team that people should be paying attention to. Some guy called in last week.
Okay,
wondering
yep,
why
I
nobody
see
was
him now.
talking
They were in
about
my
them.
spam.
I said they're
Okay.
not playing baseball.
I'll just worry about them then.
Now,
All
Jack.
right, sounds good.
Just ask the
But yeah,
Yanks.
they're recorded, aren't they?
Tigers and Mariners
Yes.
will also
Okay,
play tomorrow,
perfect.
tied at a game
That's
apiece.
funny,
Monday
they showed
Night
up in your
Football
spam.
tonight, Chiefs and Jaguars
Yeah, I don't know
on
why.
ABC
Must
and
have.
ESPN. Colts kicker Spencer Schrader is out for the season. He suffered a torn ACL and MCL in yesterday's win over the Raiders. Hockey Connor McDavid is staying in Edmonton. He has signed a
R.I.P.
2-year
Colts,
extension
yeah.
worth $12.5 million a year.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kennedy, coming up Tuesday.
Yeah,
My
well,
former
Justin
head coach,
Tucker.
Super Bowl winner Tom Coughlin, joins us in studio at
Sarah's
9 a.m.
tweeting all the
Eastern
comments
to go
on that.
around the league. It's unsportsmanlike,
Yeah.
weekday mornings at
Listeners.
6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15. Had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of.
What's up, Wichita? Welcome into the Pulse on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Joining you live from 2 to 4 from our Equity Bank Park studio. I'm Chance Lebo, filling in for Pat Strathman today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and then from then on, we will see. But you've got me for the next 2 hours. Appreciate you for joining us. If you would like to join us and you move around a little bit, you can always tell your smart speaker, your Alexa device, to play KKGQ. You can tune your radio dial to 92.3 FM on your radio, at home, in your car. Set us to your preset number one favorite so that you hear us right when you start your engine. You can also listen to us at espnwichita.com. There's a listen live tab if you want to hear what is going on currently. But you can also head to the podcast page if you miss a show, if you miss a segment, you miss a interview. You can always head to espnwichita.com/podcast. You can listen to the Shane Dennis Show, the Pulse with Pat, What Are the Chances, our high school athlete interviews, program with Seren. All that jazz is on espnwichita.com/podcast. You can also listen on the ESPN Wichita app, the best way to listen to us wherever you go. You just download the app. You can have it on your phone. It doesn't take up too much storage. You can keep it there. So if you ever want to listen to us on the go, wherever you are, use our app, ESPN Wichita, in the Google Play Store or your app store, depending on if you're Amazon or Android or iPhone. If you would like to contribute to today's show, you can text us 316-247-0923. That's the text line. Shoot us a text with what your thoughts were from the football weekend. I've got plenty of them. We had a really fun show, or a really fun weekend of football, at least a content-worthy weekend of football. We'll get into that today, but obviously leading off the show, we will have local football talk. Here is the show for today. We'll talk K-State here in our first segment as our Conradi Insurance covering all angles. We'll cover every angle from the K-State collapse in Waco, 35-34, that final score. We will also chat about the rest of the results in football, about the Miami-Florida State game, the rest of the results in college, a pair of top 10 upsets. Number 1 and number 2 in the preseason AP poll are now unranked. We'll break down who has been the biggest disappointment this season. We'll also get into our Beasts of the Week. I've got one. We'll see if Jack has one as well. That'll wrap up hour number 1. And then at 3:02, we'll talk about the KU rally in Orlando as they took on the Golden Knights down there at UCF. They trailed 14-0 early, came all the way back, had a big goal line stand at the end. I'll talk about that game. We'll get Jack's thoughts as well. Then at 3:25, we'll talk about the Monday Night Football game tonight. Chiefs taking on the Jaguars tonight. A really intriguing matchup between two playoff hopefuls, two playoff favorites in the AFC. We'll get to that at 3:25. And then we'll wrap it up with a Mount Rushmore Monday. Jack Johnson is producing today's show. You can follow him on Twitter at JohnnyJ_15. You can follow me at Chance Lebo on the Twitter machine. You can also follow us on social media at ESPN Wichita, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We're live streaming the show on YouTube. We're live streaming it on Facebook, and we're live streaming it on Twitter. So be sure to check that out. All right, time now to cover all the angles, brought to you by Conradi Insurance Group. When life throws the unexpected your way, Conradi Insurance is there, covering all angles from home and auto to business and beyond. We've got you protected. Visit Conradi Insurance today. That's CONRADE insurance.com today. K-State loses in Waco 35-34, and it was one of when K-State goes to Waco, the losses tend to be frustrating. I think back, I'm lucky enough to say that this was not the most disappointing loss as a K-State fan in Waco, as K-State now 11-11 against Baylor all time. You look back at some of the more disappointing losses in Waco in the COVID year. Baylor, a bad Baylor team, beating K-State 32-31 in 2018, winning in a shootout. And then, of course, the game that probably is the most disappointing, as in at least my lifetime as a Kansas State fan, the 2012 game at Baylor, in which they were smoked as the number one team in the country. This one's up there, though. 35-34 is the final score from Waco. The Bears win it, and they move to 4-2. Kansas State drops to 2-4. And this one can be displayed as just an outright disappointment from K-State, much as the entire season has been. K-State led 31-17 going into the fourth quarter before a Baylor rally at the end. I mean, you look at the drive for Baylor to put them at least in, I don't want to say in the driver's seat, but at least put them in the passing lane in this ball game. K-State was just unable to defend Michael Trigg. I was texting Jack and Shane and Pat earlier. If Michael Trigg doesn't turn into Calvin Johnson for just one drive in this entire game, we're probably talking about it a little bit differently. But K-State led 31-17 at the time. They forced a turnover on downs on a 4th and 7, a red zone rally for the Wildcats. They were able to get a stop. They failed to do anything after that. A 3-play, 82-yard touchdown drive from Baylor, a 42-yarder to Michael Trigg, a 29-yarder to Michael Trigg, in which he got a one-handed catch that is probably going to be on every highlight reel for his career. And then an 11-yard touchdown pass, a 2-point conversion makes it 31-25. So Baylor, trailing 31-17 with 10 minutes to play in the fourth quarter, goes 82 yards in 3 plays in a minute 7 and scores to make it 31-25. But still, as a K-State fan and a K-State supporter, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourselves going into that last couple of minutes of the game. K-State had run the ball fairly consistently during the game. We had seen Avery Johnson for the first time really all season have or at least since the UCF game, back-to-back games in which Avery's had some confidence running the football. But we saw K-State really run the football effectively. Dylan Edwards was a non-factor. That foot ankle injury was bothering him. You could absolutely tell. Just a non-factor in this game. But Joe Jackson played probably his best game as a K-State Wildcat on Saturday. And the last drive of the game for K-State, or the drive following the touchdown for Baylor, K-State throws a pick 6. Avery Johnson throws one right to one of the Baylor defensive backs, and he houses it for 6, which is probably a good thing. In hindsight, it allowed K-State to have some time left to rally. But that made Baylor the leader in this game, 32-31. But there was still time remaining. K-State had, about 4.5 minutes remaining, and I felt pretty good about where they were. Then Devon Rice almost fumbles the kickoff again. But K-State gets a 62-yard pass to Jace Brown on the very first play of that drive. And Jack brought it up during Shane's show that it was reminiscent of the K-State Colorado game last year when Avery threw a really bad interception to Colorado. The next drive, on the next drive, they take a shot to Jace Brown for the lead, and they take the lead. But Jace Brown, who probably would have scored if he does not get his helmet ripped off, instead it ends up being a 62-yarder all the way to the Baylor 14-yard line. So K-State, with 4 minutes remaining, gets themselves put all the way down inside Baylor territory, deep in Baylor territory, into the red zone. And then here are the plays from there. 4-yard run from Joe Jackson, 8-yard run from Joe Jackson. Then a loss of 2 from Joe Jackson, incompletion, and a field goal. And we'll get to that in here in a little bit. That makes it 34-32 K-State with a minute 48 remaining in the ballgame. And if you've watched Baylor at all this season, you know that this defense is very explosive. They are this offense is very explosive. Sawyer Robertson, one of the best quarterbacks in the country, one of my favorite gunslingers to truly watch in college football. He's able to lead Baylor all the way down. into field goal range. Connor Hawkins hits a career-long 53-yarder. K-State then trails, and a blocked field goal attempt from Luis Rodriguez ends up costing the Wildcats the game. But I think that this was the most disappointing loss for Kansas State in the Chris Kleiman era. This one was a game that they absolutely should have won against a Baylor team that I picked to win the Big 12 early in the preseason. A Baylor team that had underperformed relative to expectations. A Baylor team that I'm going to pull up ESPN.com here because I'm not. A lot of you aren't on Twitter, and that's perfectly okay. But if you saw what was going on at McLean Stadium, it doesn't look like the listed attendances here on ESPN.com, but the attendance was pretty unspectacular. This was not a road environment that K-State waltzed into. They weren't walking into Death Valley at 7 p.m. on a Saturday evening. They were walking into Waco, a probably 30% capacity McLean Stadium. I mean, my girlfriend even brought it up. We were watching the game. She was like, nobody's there. This is not even a road game. And I have to agree with her. There was nobody there. And K-State waltzed in and played pretty well, but then choked it away in the final couple minutes of play. And this was one of the worst game-managed games in truly, I think, of the Chris Kleiman era. You look at the costly errors for K-State in this game, and some of them that did not end up costing them. They forced a pair of Baylor turnovers in the first half. They failed to score on both of them. Between those two turnovers forced, one of them in Baylor territory, you get a 5-play punt, 3 and out. You don't even score off of them. Baylor had a pick 6. So that's probably the difference in the ball game. Obviously, the pick 6 with 4:23 remaining in the fourth quarter. And honestly, my biggest frustration here was and this was the one that I tweeted about if you follow me on Twitter. I mean, this was the most mind-numbing decisions made by, you can call it Chris Kleiman, you can call it Matt Wells. I think that it's a combination of both. I understand that people want Matt Wells fired. I think that he probably gets far too much hate for this game compared to what he should be getting, because I don't think Chris Kleiman did him any favors whatsoever in how he managed this game. K-State had the ball inside the Baylor yard line inside the Baylor 5-yard line with under 3 minutes remaining. Baylor had 2 timeouts left. All they had left was 2 timeouts left. Here's what K-State did. They lost 2 yards on a run to Joe Jackson. So then the 2-minute timeout hits. So Baylor has 2 timeouts and K-State has to run at least 2 plays before at least trying to kick a field goal. And K-State they ran off 12 seconds of clock. And Baylor did not have to use a single timeout on the possession. They get an incompletion from Avery Johnson, a poorly drawn-up play. I don't understand what was going on. And then on 3rd down, you have Devon Rice on the field. You have Blake Barnett on the field. You have Isaac Koch on the field. And Avery Johnson throws an incompletion, in which K-State burns off 3 seconds of game clock. So Baylor now gets the football trailing by just 2 with both timeouts left in their back pocket and also with a minute 48 to play. K-State ran 3 plays after getting inside the Baylor 5-yard line, lost 2 yards, had a minute 4 of game time run off, no timeouts used by Baylor, and in total, they lost 12% win probability. All K-State had to do in that situation, and I know that this is the lame thing to do. This is probably there are many scenarios in what K-State could have done on that possession. They could have, number one, they could have run the football, which Baylor probably would have let them score. I think that Dave Aranda made most of the right analytical decisions in this game. The right analytical decision there is to let Kansas State score, because then you get the ball back with time left and with timeouts left in your back pocket. So if K-State runs the football there is a greater than 50% chance that Baylor just lets them walk into the end zone. And at that point, then K-State leads by, well, at least 5 points. You could even lead by 7 there if you convert the 2-point conversion, which who knows if they would have. But then you at least force Baylor to have to kick to score a touchdown and not just kick a field goal. There's still the same amount of time remaining. There's still 2 timeouts left on the board. But instead, K-State throws 2 passes and they settle for a field goal. They could have also just walked Avery Johnson to the middle of the field and taken a knee, center up the field goal, and force Baylor to use their timeouts. Instead, they throw 2 incompletions, the clock stops, and Baylor gets the ball back with a minute 48 remaining. Then K-State makes I don't want to call it the stupid decision, because I guess that in hindsight, they probably wanted to have Baylor run off as much clock as possible on that final kickoff from K-State. So they kick it to Baylor, and Baylor gets all the way out to the 36-yard line. So they barely have to drive 20, 25 yards to even get into field goal range. And then on the final drive, I think it was a very poorly executed final drive because it was poorly set up by the coaching staff. On the first play, they run a 6-yard curl with 2 timeouts, mind you. 2 timeouts. They run a 6-yard curl short of the sticks. If it was caught by Jace Brown, it would not have stopped the clock. They would have had to use a timeout, and they would have gotten, 6 yards? That's just not enough. I believe they had 28 seconds left in the final, on their final drive. If I'm not mistaken, they had 31 seconds left. 31 seconds left on their final drive. They throw it short of the sticks there. Then you throw to Isaac Koch in crunch time. Don't like that decision whatsoever. And then instead of centering the kick, K-State was able to get the ball to to Isaac Koch and at least got a first down or close to, or they did not get a first down. They run up to the line of scrimmage with a timeout left in their back pocket, mind you. Chris Kleiman, I'm sure his pants are pretty heavy today because he's still got a timeout in his back pocket from Saturday. Instead of trying to run the football, center the ball in the middle of the field, and then take a timeout, or even running a halfback dive and then calling a timeout, K-State spikes it and then kicks a field goal from right hash that is eventually blocked. And I don't even think that was their worst blunder of the game. There was many bad blunders of the game. Constantly running the ball, running routes short of the line to gain on third down. In the first quarter, with 2.5 minutes left, they had a 3rd and 15. They threw it 7 yards short of the sticks to Jace Brown. Second quarter, 3rd down and 6. They 3-yard completion to Joe Jackson. Second quarter, 9:39 remaining, 3rd and 6, a 2-yard out to the tight end. And folks, that was the only route combination that they were running. Second quarter, 3rd down and 7, incompletion to Isaac Koch, 3 yards short of the sticks. Third quarter, 7:19 remaining, 3rd and 6, 5-yard completion short of the sticks to Joe Jackson. 5 total routes run short of the sticks on third downs. Now, I understand that I said that Matt Wells does not deserve as much hate as he's getting right now for this game. I think it was a Chris Kleiman loss more than it was anybody else on the team. Chris Kleiman said, I'm going to come out and I'm going to wear it because these guys have fought their tails off. I get it. I respect the fact that Chris Kleiman is taking the bullets here. And he absolutely should, because he did not coach a very good game. He has not coached a good game, in my opinion, all season long. And you could have seen the bad time management coming if you watched the end of the first half. K-State got the full football back at the end of the first half with 1:51 remaining and 3 timeouts left in their back pocket. Now, K-State did score a touchdown on the drive, but K-State scored a touchdown with 13 seconds remaining, and all 3 of their timeouts were still in their back pocket going into halftime. Chris Kleiman still has 4 timeouts from the Baylor game that he's carrying around this week at practice. He should have to carry, dumbbells at practice for having timeouts that he has not used in that game. Yes, did K-State score? Absolutely. But I've always been a process over results guy. I think that a bad process breeds inconsistent results. Good process breeds consistent results. You can have good results from a bad process, but they will not be as consistent. And K-State had a bad process in the first half that led to good results, and it came back to bite them in the ass in the second half. And the most unfortunate part about this game is there are many guys. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the entire defense. I've got 6 guys listed as guys that played probably their best game as K-State Wildcats. I think Avery Johnson played his best game as a K-State player. I know that he threw an interception that meant that was very important in the course of the game. But folks, with 4 minutes remaining and you're up a touchdown and you're in plus territory, why on God's green earth is Avery Johnson throwing the football? Should Avery Johnson have just ate the football and taken a sack? Absolutely, he should have. Should he have thrown that pass? No. Could he have dirted it? Yes. But Avery, you've got to recognize that the clock keeps rolling if you take a sack. The most precious thing to Kansas State on that there were 2 things that were most important to Kansas State on that final drive, or on that pick 6 drive: the clock and the ball, and they lost both of them. They lost the clock because guess what? With the touchdown lead in 8 minutes remaining, K-State ran 7 passes on 10 plays, with just 2 of them being successful. Multiple times they stopped the clock. And this comes on a day in which K-State had an above 50% success rate running the football, which has been their highest mark of the season. And so K-State ditching the running game with a touchdown lead and 8 minutes remaining is another big reason why they lost. I don't think that you can point to any of the players on the team. There is not a single player on the team. There's not a group of players on the team. There's not a specific unit on the team that you can point to that lost this football game for K-State. I think that you can point as a whole to the coaching staff because they failed to put together a consistent game plan. They failed to manage the clock. Avery Johnson isn't the one calling timeouts and deciding what plays to call. They just didn't manage the game whatsoever. Multiple instances down the stretch for K-State of just stupid decisions compared to what any other coach would have done in that situation. And I understand that Avery was probably feeling pretty good throwing the football, but there was no reason for them to throw the football first down and 10 with 4.5 minutes remaining and it on the plus side of the field. Avery did not play well under pressure. 4 of 12 for 55 yards on a pick when pressured. But yeah, 48% success rate throwing the football. Very, very good. A 70% success rate when running the football and tied his career high with 4 scrambles. He ran for a touchdown as well. He did not get sacked at all. Now, is that a good stat or a bad stat? You can say that. You can probably debate that. I would have rather him taken the sack on that interception, on that pick 6. I'd rather him done that than dirted it, honestly, throwing the ball into the dirt and stopping the clock. But Joe Jackson had his best game with K-State, especially in the wake of what Dylan Edwards did last week. He ran for 61 yards, his best success rate of the season. He also caught 5 passes for 41 yards. Jace Brown played a great game, over 100 yards on a gimpy leg. Jerron Tibbs had 80 yards. Garrett Oakley had a career high in targets and catches and also had a touchdown. Taylor Portier, Gus Hawkins, Sam Hecht all turned in their season best PFF grade on the offensive line. And the defense, they held Baylor to a 30% success rate on third down, a 23% success rate in the red zone, including forcing a turnover on downs with a 2-touchdown lead. The fact of the matter is that the K-State coaching staff did not set this team up for success. Chris Kleiman got outcoached by Dave bleeping Aranda. Dave Aranda, if you were to talk to anybody in the know in college football that watches college football and watches Big 12 football, Shahan Jaraja, who Saran has on a lot, a very respected beat reporter at CBS Sports, does a great job there, is a Baylor grad. I mean, he has been calling for Dave Aranda's head for 3 years, ever since he won the Big 12 title. Dave Aranda is one of the worst clock managers in the entire country. And guess what? He outcoached Chris Kleiman on a Saturday afternoon in Waco, because not only did he manage the clock well on their final drive to get out of bounds and to get time to kick the field goal, he also went for 2 when you're down 2 touchdowns, which I get it. It's not the popular decision, but it is the correct move analytically. You have to do that. And Dave Aranda put them in a position to win a football game because of the fact that he was able to get after Avery Johnson in the last couple of minutes of play. And maybe if Chris Kleiman spent the money that this program is giving to Ben Newman as a motivational speaker to a guy, a quality control coach that will just give him the correct moves in terms of calling timeouts and getting out of bounds and those kind of things, K-State might be 6-0. But instead, they are about 5 plays away from being 6-0. Instead, they are 2-4. And at this point, I think that it's a unsalvageable season. K-State, and this is most excruciating part of this game, is that K-State could have been 3-3 with a winning record in conference play, a game against TCU in which they would have been favored, a game against KU in which they're probably at that point probably a 3.5 to 2.5 point underdog, but still a coin flip type game. You still get Oklahoma State and Colorado on the schedule, 2 teams that have been abject disasters, and games against Utah and Texas Tech still to come. Instead, now they're 2-4. And they're going to be underdogs in 4 of their final 6 games. At this point, the most likely scenario is K-State going 4-8. And K-State hasn't gone 4-8 in a long time. K-State hasn't got 4-8 in a long time. The floor has been 5-7. The floor has been 5-6 in a bad 4-6 season in the COVID year, which I don't count. But I think that this is the last straw for a lot of K-State fans with Chris Kleiman, because K-State fans went out and they saw Avery Johnson play with his hair on fire. They saw the defense rally, force turnovers, get Sawyer Robertson in uncomfortable situations. They saw the running game have probably one of its best games this season. Everything that K-State fans have asked the players to do, they performed on Saturday and did. But this game was lost because the coaching staff failed them, and it comes from the top down. Chris Kleiman did not manage the game well, did not manage it correctly. Matt Wells made some questionable decisions, whether it be Blake Barnett packages when Avery Johnson was playing really, really well. taking the ball out of Avery's hands in those situations. I don't think that's something that you can defend in a press conference. And then also the atrocity that was goal to go with inside of 2 minutes remaining that single-handedly lost Kansas State the football game and might have cratered the season, because at this point, I don't think this is a savable season. Nobody's going to be happy in Manhattan. Nobody that donates money to that football program is going to be happy if that team goes 6-6 and plays another year in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. Nobody that has put $30 million into this program is going to be happy. And Jack, I know I went a little bit long here, but I just kind of wanted to see if you had any differing thoughts or any opinions when you in your takeaways from the K-State Baylor game.
Well, it's certainly one, if you're a Kansas State fan, that stings a lot, just because we all know what the expectations were going into this year. I brought this up on Shane's show that all four of us had K-State either at 9-3 or 10-2, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So to see this team 2-4 halfway through the season, it's absolutely jarring. And a couple of those losses were games that we thought they wouldn't have any issue with. In fact, we thought they'd be resting starters in some of those games that they lost early on in the season. But now you approach this back half of the schedule where the focus does shift from, well, we need to try to get to Arlington to we need to try to get bowl eligible. And I totally understand your sentiment as well. You know, when you have a team that's as talented as this one is, you're not really satisfied with going 6-6 or 7-5. I mean, you'll take the wins, and it's much better than, just collapsing down the stretch where you don't see them trying that much anymore. But you're definitely going to be left wondering, what happens if they win that game in Dublin against Iowa State? What happens if they play well against Army? Is this a team that gets back on track and they find a way to get to Arlington? Now, with all the teams at the top half of this conference, it just looks increasingly unlikely. And I'd be curious to know your thoughts if this is the most talented roster that Chris Kleinman's ever had. They've got a lot of playmakers, that's for sure. They got a lot of experience.
At the skill positions, absolutely. I don't think they've had a more talented quarterback than Avery, but they had guys on that 22 title team. I mean, KT Leviston starting in the NFL, Cooper Beebe, we know what he's been. I mean, even some of the guys that were not good on that team were at least serviceable. Josh Hayes went on and has been an NFL guy. Julius Brents was a second-round pick. Like that, this team, I think that in terms of like high school recruiting rating talent and guys that they brought in from Penn State and Pitt that haven't played well, probably, yeah, in terms of like the stars next to their name. But I don't know. I don't see any guys on this team that are like for sure draft picks other than, I mean, maybe you could talk yourself into Jace Brown, but even he's kind of a mediocre guy. Like even Ben Sinnott on that K-State team. I get that this is the most expensive team they've had for sure, but I don't think that there's a whole lot of pros on this team.
Well, you have to find a way to down the stretch here of getting the most out of those star players. I mean, it's Avery Johnson, it's Dylan Edwards, and it's Jace Brown, and the question will become for this Kansas State team: how motivated are you to play spoiler? How motivated are you to play, for that 6-6 season or 7-5 season? And who knows? College football is really weird. I mean, I don't think anybody would go out there and say K-State's going to run the table just because of the teams they still have on their schedule. I mean, TCU will be a really tough game. Texas Tech will be a really tough game. Utah, I'm sure the Kansas game will be a barn burner as well. And for this Kansas State team, we have seen them collapse too many times this season, not playing their best football in the fourth quarter. And I honestly thought when they were up 2 scores with the ball near midfield in the fourth quarter, that K-State wasn't just going to win that game. They had a chance of blowing out Baylor when it was all said and done. And, you brought up as well, there wasn't anybody there. That shocked me that there was nobody in that game.
Yeah, it did to me too. I was like, wow, this is, I get it, it's 11 a.m. on a Saturday, but still.
Yeah, I don't know if that was more so of, most Baylor fans going, well, we are, 2-2 or 3-2, whatever they were. And, it's not a ranked versus ranked matchup and it's 11 a.m. Therefore, I'm not as excited or what was going on. But I was shocked to see an environment that lackluster. And I feel that K-State capitalized on that a little bit where they were able to operate, pretty efficiently in terms of moving the ball down the field. Defensively, they made some big plays, had some big stops. And then when it mattered most, when the game was on the line, they just couldn't get it done. And you're seeing the reverse of what happened for a couple of those years where it'd come down to the final possession or two and they would come up with that stop or the team would make the boneheaded mistake. And And some of these games now against Army, against Iowa State, against Arizona, and against Baylor, they've been on the losing side of it. And we're kind of past the point of saying we're going to know such and such about this Kansas State team. We know who they are at this point. I mean, you're halfway through the season. I think they're a talented team. It tells me a lot that at 2-4, they are still a 1-point underdog, I believe, or 2-point underdog against a 4-1 TCU team. Like, it shows you that Vegas believes they're talented enough. They're going to be able to hang with everybody they play. But in the end, they just are not making the plays they almost always seem to make over the last decade plus in Manhattan, whether it be for Bill Snyder or Chris Kleiman. But, now the focus does have to shift for the time being to just, getting back to 500. You've got TCU, you've got Kansas, back-to-back games that I'm sure that team still feels confident enough in winning. And then if you get back to 500, now you're in that focus of, okay, let's see where this final 4-game stretch can take us. Maybe we've got a ton of momentum, or on the flip side, if you lose to TCU and you lose to Kansas, I don't know what you're playing with there the last half of the season if you're 2-6.
Yeah, and I mean, you make great points. I think that I don't know if the players are going to be that bought in. I don't know if this is a team that is that motivated to go 6-6 and go to a bowl game, because what happens when they do go 6-6? How many of those guys are going to be playing in the bowl game? I would imagine that. I know there's been speculation about some key players transferring. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if some agents are in ears right now, like, hey, how are we feeling? Is this something we see ourselves in long term? And at this point, I think that Gene Taylor is dusting off his contacts book and seeing who. I think that he has to be at least putting feelers out about coaches that could potentially be interested in, because we talked about it when I hosted for Pat, I think a week and a half ago, when Gundy got canned. Like, it's a tale that you don't want to be in, where you give a guy a year more than he should have gotten, and it just craters everything. I think that the lack of Chris Kleiman has valued comfortability over pushing the agenda and trying to branch out and be more innovative in these last 3 years. I mean, you think about where they were after the 22 season. There hasn't been much change. And I think that we've seen that with Andy Reid and the Chiefs a little bit. They haven't adapted at all. And it's led to them going from, 10-4 to the next year, 9-4, then 8-5 last year. And this year, the bottom has truly fallen out. And I don't think that they're going to be able to just upswing it next year compared to, like you said, Jack, the talent that they've got on this roster. I just don't trust the coaching staff and the decision makers to be able to make those decisions. But if you too long didn't read for that 30-minute segment, K-State lost a game to Baylor in which people were asking in the fourth quarter if Dave Aranda should be fired. That is the game that Kansas State played on Saturday, and they fall to 2-4. Let us know your thoughts on the text line, 316-247-0923. K-State wasn't the only losers on Saturday. There were some big-time winners on Saturday and Sunday. We'll go through some of the best results from the weekend when we come back here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
This is The Pulse on Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
What's up, Wichita? Are you juggling work, family, and the needs of your aging parents? Kansas Pace can provide the help you've been looking for. You'll have peace of mind knowing your parent is receiving experts' compassionate care while living at home. Pace provides all the medical care your parent needs with their doctors, nurses, and specialists and therapists who specialize in older adults. Pace takes care of all the paperwork, arranges all the appointments. They do all the driving as well, so you don't have to take off from work. Pace provides in-home care as well. Kansas Pace takes some of the weight off your back that comes with taking care of aging parents. They become your trusted partner in caretaking. Plus, they have an activity center packed with fun activities your parent will actually look forward to visiting. The medical clinic is right there as well, attached to the activity center, so everything is in one place. If you need help taking care of an aging parent, it will be worth your while to check out Kansas Pace, P-A-C-E. It could just make your life and your parents' life much easier. Learn how they can help your family today at kansaspace.org.
Toppers Plus Truck and RV, your
Be right back.
RV headquarters, now offers Rhino Linings Eco Coat, a spray-on roof lining to protect your RV from daily wear. It's 100% seamless, won't crack or peel, UV resistant, lasts 3 times longer than a rubber roof with a Toppers Plus lifetime leak-free guarantee. Shop in-stock accessories including sewer and electrical items, freshwater hoses, stabilizing kits, lock kits, AC filter parts, and RV decor. Get your free RV roof inspection at Toppers Plus Truck and RV, 333 Northwest Street or toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Dirty exterior? Don't scrub it. Wet it and forget it. Wet and Forget, the easy outdoor cleaner. Wet and Forget works overtime with Mother Nature to eliminate unsightly black and green stains on the exterior of your home with no scrubbing, power washing, or bleach. Use Wet and Forget on all your outdoor surfaces, including decks, siding, roofs, and patios. Wet and Forget's available in a concentrate or extreme reach hose-in. Purchase Wet and Forget in store or online at Lowe's, Menards, Ace, or Walmart.
And we are all tied up in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded. Electric in here. Electric. It all comes down to this pitch. You throw the fastball here. But it looks like Brock is walking off the field and is leaving the stadium. What is going on here? I'm getting word that he left to get a taco.
When you need a taco, you need a taco. Introducing the new Cantina Crispy Melt Taco, only from Taco Bell. At participating U.S. locations for a limited time only.
Have you ever wanted to learn a new language like French, Spanish, or Russian, but thought it would be too difficult and time-consuming? Then go to Babbel.com and try it for free. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. In 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel uses a modern conversation-based technique that makes language engaging, fun, and memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then, sentences gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. Babbel is created by language experts who use the spaced repetition method to help you learn quickly and remember what you learned. With Babbel, you can speak a new language. Babbel. Language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region, with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
There's no easy games in this league. There's no easy offenses. They got receivers, and the running back, I think, is the guy that's kind of generating.
This break is really long.
Touching the football, they're tipping passes.
I know,
they're
yeah,
intercepting the football and they get their hands on it. So we have to make sure that we're really
10
fundamentally
seconds
sound
left.
as well.
All right,
And
sounds
we can't give
good.
any opportunity because they're capitalizing
And then
on them.
maybe Phil for like 2 to 3 minutes to kind of run down the hall as soon as they get you up and running, but you'll be fine.
Okay.
92.3 FM.
Welcome back. Hour number 1 of The Pulse here on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo, Jack Johnson here with you as we are in hour number 1 here on this Monday Night Football Monday. If you have picks, if you have a final score prediction for the Chiefs and Jaguars game, shoot us a text, 316-247-0923. If you are closest to the final score, you will win a Spice Bucket courtesy of our friends at Real Life Kitchen. Like I said in our first segment, K-State wasn't the only team that had a football game this weekend. This was, I know that we kind of talked about it a little bit on Red Friday, that this wasn't a great weekend in terms of football games on the docket, but man, did they deliver. The game of the week in college was Miami and Florida State. I don't give a rat's behind where game day was at. Miami, Florida State was the game of the weekend. And honestly, it wasn't even really a contest. Miami led 28-3 in that second half. Florida State got some resume points there at the end. Tommy Castellanos didn't look great. Boy, did the Miami receivers look good. CJ Daniels, Malachi Toney, two of the best young receivers. CJ Daniels actually not that young. He's been everywhere, but those Miami receivers are really good. Carson Beck played well, hit a flea flicker for a touchdown, had a couple of tunnel screens that went for 6. Miami's got some real juice. They take down Florida State, who's now dropped 2 in a row, likely needing to win out and then some to reach the college football playoff. And you'd be hard-pressed to find a team that has had a better season so far than Miami. They have had 3 wins over in-state opponents, USF, Florida, and Florida State. They are calling themselves the Florida State champions, and deservedly so. They have played very well this season, and they picked up a big win. The biggest win of the weekend was out at the Rose Bowl. UCLA, as a 25.5-point underdog, takes down Penn State. And this is one of the cooler stories of the week. I don't think it's going to be Shane's story of the week, but Jerry Neuheisel, the interim offensive coordinator for UCLA, in his first week as the play caller, it's been flooded over my TikTok and Twitter page, his press conference and his post-game reaction. His father, who was on the CBS Sports Network desk doing the pregame and postgame for CBS. One of the cooler games of the year. UCLA has had a season from hell. Nico Iamaleava has been a major disappointment there in LA. They fired their head coach. They fired their offensive coordinator. And Penn State limps into town after a loss against Oregon, and UCLA took a 27-7 lead, got a late goal line stand or, inside the 10-yard line stand, and then was able to pull away late. Jerry Neuheisel in his postgame said, there were times where I didn't know how to work the headset to get the communication to the player, to my quarterback, because I've never practiced doing play calls before. A quarterback that was carried off the field after winning at Jerry World a couple of years ago, 11 years ago, I believe, to the day, carried off the field at Jerry World as a UCLA quarterback, then takes down Penn State, was carried off the field in the Rose Bowl. Just a truly incredible story there. Florida takes down Arch Manning in Texas. That was a ugly game for Texas. They did not look very good in that matchup. They haven't looked good all season. Arch Manning and company not looking like the preseason number 1 team that we thought they might be. Florida finally playing like the preseason top 15 team that a lot of people thought they would be. And Texas they are the fastest team ever to go from preseason number 1 to unranked. USC did it in 2012 in 12 weeks. Texas has done it in 5. Other notable scores: Alabama takes revenge against Vandy. Cincinnati takes down Iowa State. And Virginia, in a really fun overtime game, takes down Louisville as they keep their resume intact. Jack, what was the game you had your eyes glued to the most, other than the local games on Saturday?
I bounced around a little bit with Florida and Texas. I certainly watched Miami and Florida State. There was a good nightcap for a little bit in Cal and Duke. That was entertaining just for the old school late night Pac-12 kickoff, even though Cal's now in the ACC with Duke, which makes no sense. But still, you had a good atmosphere there and some good quarterback play, lots of scoring. And then I would probably say during the 11 o'clock slate, I definitely spent maybe 15 to 20 minutes on Clemson and North Carolina so I could see Carolina get demolished, even though I can't stand Clemson. I can't stand Dabo Swinney. I love seeing Bill Belichick just turn into an absolute disaster in Chapel Hill. And it's only going to get worse, by the way. If you were hoping for Bill Belichick to turn things around, this is going to go down, in my opinion, as one of the worst college football coaching hires of all time. In terms of just what the status was. So maybe I should walk that back a little bit, because there's been some hires where you didn't understand it one bit, and that coach went on to not win a single game, and maybe it was out after 1 year. But for Belichick, you're talking about a first ballot Hall of Famer in the NFL coming back to college, or going to college for the first time, and coaching a school that apparently thought they were way above what Mac Brown was giving them, which that is a different story for a different day.
Mm-hmm.
But I never understood why North Carolina football looked at what Mac Brown was doing and said, we're above that. And we should go bring in somebody that's been out of coaching for a year. In fact, I think it was like a year and a half that he was out of coaching,
Mm-hmm.
to bring him back to rebuild, not just sustain, to rebuild a football program. That was some of the worst football I've seen in that first quarter all year long. And I'm including some pretty bad opponents in there. We've watched some Sam Houston State. We've watched some New Mexico. What's happening in Chapel Hill with North Carolina reminds me a lot of what happened in the mid-2010s with Kansas football. I mean, games are over 10 minutes in. It's the style of play. It's the play calling. And I thought he was going to be able to recruit because you've got NFL ties there. But now it just doesn't seem like you're going to have the product on the field to actually get those players to the NFL. If I had to pick right now the worst Power 4, Power 5 school in the country, it's North Carolina. And they're 2-3, I believe. I don't care about record here. If you put them against some of these other, ACC and Big 10 and Big 12 schools, I'd even say Oklahoma State. I feel Oklahoma State could actually beat North Carolina at this point. That's how ugly that game was on Saturday.
Yeah, it is. I was talking to Shane earlier. I do power ratings for college football to kind of, that's how I gamble on college football. I set my power ratings and I adjust them week to week. I don't know how low to put North Carolina without feeling like I'm overreacting a little bit, because that team is just catastrophically bad. Clemson took their foot off the gas. Clemson scored 35 points in the first half. They haven't scored 35 points all season long. And North Carolina has been a train wreck, a disaster, a team that was going to hire Matt Campbell or John Sumrall. They had boosters come in and say, no, we want Bill Belichick and Michael Lombardi and Steve Belichick, who is now technically the coach in waiting at North Carolina, and an absolute disaster that has been. And then really good NFL action this weekend. Obviously, the Thursday night game, which we talked about, was a lot of fun. Even the England game, the London game, was entertaining for the most part, to at least satisfy you if you woke up at 10 a.m. and turned on the second half of that game. I feel like that last drive from the Vikings was at least fun to watch. And then some really fun results. Probably the two biggest surprise of the weekend was the Broncos taking down the Eagles. And then obviously last night, Drake May leads the rally against the Bills. And then, just an all-time, I sent the tweet to you and Shane, Kevin Harlan on the call, Bucks, Seahawks, throwback uniforms, 73 combined points. Like, that's the reason why we watch NFL football. And that game was awesome. Early nominee for Game of the Year. Baker Mayfield has been a revelation, and that game was probably the most entertaining we've seen all season in the NFL. Which result surprised you the most yesterday?
I would probably say that the Titans and Cardinals game really floored me, because I barely even watched that game. The only time I really saw a highlight was that DeMercado play. But the Titans had 6 points, and they weren't going anywhere. And then you have that break free that would have made it a 22-point game, and Tennessee fumbles the ball. It's kicked around, and they fall in the end zone. It's still an awful Tennessee team. And as you pointed out last week, and I agree with you, the worst coached team in the NFL. To lose that game if you're Arizona. Arizona had a cupcake schedule to begin the year, and they've just not shown up yet again. And I don't know if that's more of a Jonathan Gannon problem, if that's a Kyler Murray problem, or a whole organization problem. But that floored me, because Tennessee, the majority of that game, looked like they weren't going to be able to break 10 points. And then it took a disastrous play from DeMercado and a disastrous play where the entire defense kicked the ball around, found it in the end zone, but Tennessee fell on it. It took those two plays to have Tennessee win that football game. So I would say that one, and then probably the Saints beating the Giants by 12 points.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just never see an 0-17 football team, and it kind of pains me because I want to be able to see that at one point.
All right, those were our results from the weekend. We've got a game tonight we'll talk about in hour number 2, but when we come back, we'll have our Beasts of the Week. That's all coming up next here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You're tuned into
I got one parlay here.
On ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey friends, Jack Johnson here. Football season is finally back, and there's only one place that I'm placing my daily parlays, and that's Wanna Parlay, the newest daily fantasy sports app with the absolute largest payouts on parlays, and it's spelled WANNA parlay. For my picks tonight, I will take the over on receiving yards for Xavier Worthy. I will take the over on rushing yards for Brashard Smith, and I will take the under on receiving yards for Brian Thomas Jr. Here's what you need to do. Download the Wanna Parlay app, click around, and get in on the action by using promo code JACK for a 100% deposit match for up to $250. Put in $20, and they'll give you 20 more. So download the Wanna Parlay app, use promo code JACK, and let's play the world's richest parlay today. That's promo code JACK. Must be 18 or older to play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER today.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. On that heavy shelf you hung yesterday. Turns out you didn't use enough.
I'm going to use that on
anchors.
BetMGM,
Wait,
so it better win.
You didn't use any anchors? Now you got an open floor plan. Trendy. And if you have the wrong home insurance,
did I show you my
my
Texans ladder play yesterday?
So get home insurance with Allstate.
No, what was it? I took the Texans money line at like $50. I took the Texans minus 6.5 at $10. Texans minus 10.5 at $10, and won like $120 off of it.
This is Matt Crowder live at the gas
I saw that
station
injury
on
report and
41st
got in
Street,
as fast as I
reporting on
could.
those skyrocketing gas
you were
prices.
right on that
Excuse me,
Baltimore
miss,
downfall.
Are you
Oh,
buying
man.
less gas now because of the high prices?
Oh, I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Well, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow. Well, there you have it. Stop paying full price for gas. Download the free Upside app and get real cash back every time you buy gas. This is Matt Crowder Radio News Network. Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from every one sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
It's the first Monday night matchup of the year for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs against Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. We've got you covered all day on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. And at 5, it's the Central Bank of the Midwest pregame show. Get ready for kickoff with all the latest and get predictions from all of our Chiefs insiders. It's Monday on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Freeze frame!
Welcome back to the Pulse. Wrapping up hour number 1 here on a Monday. Get your picks in for the Chiefs and Jaguars game tonight. 316-247-0923. Give us your final score predictions for Chiefs and Jaguars. All right, it's time now for our Beasts of the Week to wrap up hour number 1. This was something I believe Jack or maybe it was Shane sent into our group message this weekend. Western Carolina quarterback Teron Dickens completed an NCAA record 46 straight passes to start the game against Wofford on Saturday. This shattered an NCAA record of 29 straight from Princeton's Quinn Epperly back in 2011. Dickens also broke the NCAA record for consecutive completions in a row for a single season. That shattered ECU's Dominique Dickens back in 2011. He completed 36 passes in a row over a 2-game span. And after completing 4 straight to end their game against Campbell the week prior, that rallied his completion streak to 50 in a row for Teron Dickens. He would not finish the game at 46 of 46. He would finish the game at 53 of 56 for 378 yards and 3 touchdowns. Now, 378 over 56 attempts is not very efficient. 6.75 yards per attempt. Jack, if you were to guess, how many points do you think Western Carolina scored in that game?
Gosh, 60 probably.
They scored 24.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, 18
inefficiencies.
Yeah, 18 of his 53 completions came behind the line of scrimmage. So a lot of screens. He only attempted 10 passes of over 10 yards or more. So a little bit of dink and dunk action. They call him check down Dinkins out at Western Carolina. But still, 46 passes in a row is not easy. And it's funny because this all comes after he started the season on a 3-game suspension for an academic violation. In the previous year, he went for over 400 yards twice. He was sharp on Saturday, 53 of 56 for 378 and 3 touchdowns in a 24-21 win for Western Carolina. Teron Dickens, my beast of the week. All right, when we come back in hour number 2, we'll continue the football talk as we'll talk about KU's rally in Orlando. We'll preview tonight's game between the Chiefs and the Jaguars. We'll wrap it up with a Mount Rushmore Monday. That's all coming up next. Hour number 2 of The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Red Monday is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Please drink responsibly.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got an updated booster designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Got it? Check eligibility and schedule your updated COVID booster at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Wichita's all sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
It's the Shane Dennis Show. I'll have Royals and Shockers talk, the latest from the Chiefs, timely interviews, and occasional funny bits too, like I'm old, Jack's young. Tune it in and lock it on to ESPN Wichita 92.3 and ESPNWichita.com for the Shane Dennis Show, each and every weekday from noon to 2 on your home for sports, ESPN Wichita.
Hey, y'all, this is your girl, Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks, the Wichita Wind Surge, the Dallas Cowboys, the Wichita Open, the college football playoffs, and the national championship, the World Series, the NBA playoffs, the Big 12 championship, and the best coverage of the Chiefs, Royals, Jayhawks, Wildcats, and Shockers. News, locally owned and operated. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. KGQ, Newton.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Ed Bankin. It's another day of postseason baseball with two games in the National League Division Series. The first game will be Game 2 between the Phillies and Dodgers from Philadelphia, with LA looking to go up 2-0. Phillies outfielder Harrison Bader is not in the lineup for today's game after suffering a groin injury in Saturday's Game 1. You can hear Phillies-Dodgers as well as the second game between the Cubs and Brewers on ESPN Radio. Our coverage gets underway from Philadelphia at 5:30 Eastern. Then come the Cubs and Brewers from Milwaukee. The Brewers looking for a 2-0 series lead after blowing out the Cubs in Game 1. Tonight on Monday Night Football, it's an AFC showdown in Jacksonville where the Jaguars will host the Chiefs. ESPN's Mike Tannenbaum talked about tonight's matchup.
The resurgent Chief offense, Tyquan Thornton played really well. We're seeing Xavier Worthy get back. We're just another week or so before Rashee Rice gets back. Jaguars lead the league in turnovers, so I think if the Chiefs play a clean game, I like them.
That game will be seen on ABC and ESPN. Kansas City receiver Xavier Worthy listed as questionable, but ESPN Jeremy Fowler reports he should be able to play. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, Patriots running back Antonio Gibson suffered a torn ACL last night.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ Chris Candy coming up Tuesday. My former head coach, Super Bowl winner Tom Coughlin, joins us in studio at 9 a.m. Eastern to go around the league. It's unsportsmanlike, weekday mornings at 6, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho.
Welcome back to the Pulse here on Wichita's Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. I'm Chance Lebo. Jack Johnson producing and contributing, and he'll be a heavy contributor here as we begin hour number 2 of the Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. I'm Chance Lebo, filling in for Pat Strathman today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Pat has given us the float that he will potentially be back on Thursday, so you all will get to hear from him at some point, I would imagine, this week. If you would like to contribute to today's show, shoot us a text, 316-247-0923. We want to hear your thoughts on this weekend in football coming up tonight as well with the Chiefs and the Jaguars. We want to hear whatever is on your mind. That's all welcome on the text line, 316-247-0923. Follow us on social media at ESPN Wichita, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all that. We are streaming cross-platform. 3 of our social media apps, we are streaming the show. You can watch us on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. I encourage you to do that. Subscribe to all those channels. Hour number 1, we talked about K-State. We talked about K-State for probably way too long, but instead we talked about K-State and their loss against Waco, or in Waco. We also talked about the rest of the football weekend, what caught our eyes the most. We broke down our beast of the week, West Carolina quarterback Teron Dickens. And now in hour number 2, we'll talk KU, we'll talk Monday Night Football, and then we'll cap it off with a Mount Rushmore Monday. If you missed any of hour number 1, be sure to check it out on the podcast page, espnwichita.com/podcasts. All right, let's get into it. KU takes down UCF 27-20, a 14-point comeback win. Most importantly for the Jayhawks, a win for them in a 1-score game. They take down the Golden Knights 27-20 on Saturday, when what was a lively environment in Central Florida down in Orlando, UCF took a 14-0 lead, a 10-play, 79-yard drive. Miles Montgomery ran it in from 29 yards out. Then drive number 2, they went 60 yards after a KU turnover on downs. Miles Montgomery did it again, 22 yards, 11 yards, ran it in from 3 yards out. Miles Montgomery had one of his best games of his career, but it was not enough for UCF as they lose to Kansas 27-20. Kansas would answer that 14-0 deficit with a 9-play, 75-yard drive. Bowden Groen got open for a 46-yard pickup. Jalen Daniels would run around on 4th down and 1. Le'Shawn Williams would punch it in. Then Kansas, after a UCF field goal, would march 75 yards once more. Daniels and Henderson connected for a 24-yard pickup. Le'Shawn Williams got some chunk plays, and he would punch it in from 4 yards out to make it a one-score ball game before UCF would hit a field goal late in that game. This was a game in which I didn't expect. If you would have told me, this weekend or before the KU game kicked off that UCF would get out to a 14-0 lead in the bounce house in a raucous environment, one that KU has played in this season. They won at Missouri this season. KU's played in some pretty tough environments over these last couple of seasons and won in tough environments. They won last year in Provo. They won, or at least got close this year against West Virginia. But 14-0 in primetime in a hole after last week's shootout loss, I thought potentially the fatigue could set in. But Jalen Daniels, Le'Shawn Williams were fantastic in this one. UCF at one point had a 77% win probability in this game, but Kansas was able to storm back. They would get to within a field goal in the third quarter, a long field goal, a 33-yard field goal from Laith Marhan made it a 20-17 game. UCF would have an atrocious third quarter. 3 and out, fumble on 3 plays, and a 3 and out in the third quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, they would get close. They got a punt. They punted deep in Kansas territory. They would get to the KU 40 after a pair of penalties and a sack put them all the way back at the KU 40. They were in field goal range, but it wasn't a drive in which they would need a field goal. They were down by 7 points already, but they would have to punt it away. Then after a 3 and out from Kansas, a 14-play, 53-yard drive from UCF in which they converted on a 4th down in 2, in which they converted on a 3rd down in 18, in which they converted on a 3rd down in 10. They would get all the way down to the Kansas 1-yard line with inside of 2 minutes remaining in an attempt to tie the football game. They would get 0 yards. Run stuff from Cam Fancher, run stuff from Miles Montgomery, and a run stuff from Cam Fancher on 4th and goal from the 1 made it KU football with 1:47 remaining. Lance Leipold using his timeouts. I know that's going to go down in the record books as potentially a great decision by Lance Leipold. I didn't love the decision to use the timeouts in those spots. Would have rather them kept them. But at the same time, UCF was held in check, unable to get out of the 1-yard line, stuffed at the goal line. Then Jalen Daniels, a QB sneak for 2 yards, got them out of their own end zone. They punted it back to UCF. Then UCF, after a 17-yard completion to put them at the KU 33, would have 4 straight incompletions at the KU 22. That would end the game as Kansas would win 27-20. A low-scoring win for the Jayhawks, one we haven't seen from them in a while. It's been a while since KU's won a game that has been, a game in which they haven't scored more than 30, but instead they win on the road. This was a gut check game for Kansas. We talked with Brian Haney last week about this game being a back-against-the-wall, prove-it game. We said it when we were doing our drive to victory, our Davis Moore Chevrolet drive to a victory. We talked about it. We're going to learn a lot about Kansas and who they are as a team in this game. They not only had their backs up against the wall in this coming into this game at 3-2, 1-1 in Big 12 play on the road, a true letdown spot ahead of a road trip to Lubbock next week. They trailed 14-0, and then the offense kicked into high gear. The defense. I think the defense is what played at its best in this game. I think that more than anything, we have to talk about the defense because the defense didn't look great in the first half. They gave up 20 points in the first half, and then things very much changed. I think it was Kevin Flaherty of the KCSN who does some great recruiting stuff for them, talking about how much of an impact Bengali Kamara made in this game. I mean, truly a difference maker for the Jayhawks. He was all over the field in just the second half. He did not play in the first half because of a penalty. He had just 4 tackles, didn't really do a ton, but man, oh man, just having him back in the fold for a defense that got absolutely gashed last week and got gashed without him last week, for them to play as well as they did in this game, I mean, you look at what they held UCF to, 4.96 yards per play. UCF got basically nothing in yards per drop back there, held to 26% on third downs. Jack, what was the one thing we talked about last week that KU has to do and has not done well this season? They have to get off the field on third and fourth down, and darn it, they did it. 26% is what UCF was held to on third downs. And not only that, but they had the goal line stand late in the game. Late down success rate was something KU had done awful this season. And in this game, man, what a game they had. UCF was held to just 9. They were held to 19 late downs and had a loss of 0.49 EPA per play on those late downs. Kansas did a phenomenal job when their backs were up against the wall. When they needed a stop, they came up with it. And, you know, we asked, what is this KU team made of? And, man, they showed us they're made of some grit. They're made of it. I really like the mojo, the makeup of this Kansas team. This is a game, I think I even heard Jack say it. I think I heard you talk about it on Shane's show. It's a game they've lost before. This is a game that in the past they've lost. This is a game where I kind of expected KU to lose, especially when UCF drives down the field. They get to the 1 yard line. Is Jalen Daniels going to make a mistake on that 2-minute drill that costs them? Is this going to be an overtime game in which KU doesn't keep up with UCF and Miles Montgomery? Instead, KU wins 27-20. And UCF looks like a team that, you know, kind of what we expected in the Big 12 this year is now they're 0-2. Jack, you were dialed in on this one from the beginning. This having to watch Miles Montgomery run buckshot through your defense cannot feel good. But when it's a 27-20 win and they're calling it the stand, I think it was Sicko's committee on Twitter tweeted out that Brian Haney had the awesome "you shall not pass" on 4th down and 1 at the goal line. All of the emotions in one game for KU fans. Jack, how do you feel after a victory Monday?
Well, you certainly feel much better than you did the week before, where it was the complete opposite, where you felt that you had that game within your grasp, and then you blow it late in the fourth quarter, and you allow an offense to march down the field and then score with about 30 seconds to go, and you couldn't do much offensively when you got the ball back. But against UCF, we can point out it's a much lesser opponent than what they faced in Cincinnati, and now that Cincinnati went and dominated Iowa State, I will say that you can look at it both ways. The first way is, well, I don't feel as bad about that loss against Cincinnati because Cincinnati's 4-1 now. They've gone into Lawrence and beaten Kansas. They've, dominated Iowa State. They'll have a couple more tests the rest of the way, but their only losses against the ranked Nebraska team in front of 80,000 people at Arrowhead. So that was the one way to look at it. The opposite way is just like it was last year. Man, you could have had a really good signature win under your belt of beating Cincinnati at home when nobody was taking them that seriously. It's the same way last year when KU played Arizona State at the time. It felt like, man, that's pretty embarrassing to lose to the preseason last place team in the Big 12, and you blew that game late. The defense couldn't get off the field. And so, to win against UCF, it's not to say that, that's going to catapult them into winning in Lubbock. It's a much different beast they'll be facing there. But it allows you to still stay in the hunt. At 2-1 in the Big 12, you are one good week away and a couple other bad weeks from other teams for being right there yet again. And if you would have lost to UCF, you're just trying to get to 6-6, I would say. And that it's not to be over dramatic about losing a week 6 football game or week 7, whatever it was. But at 3-3 with losses to 2 unranked teams, I'm not sure you could really convince yourself that this Kansas team could be ranked by the end of the year or competing to have a chance at Arlington. And that really needs to be the goal of this football team. That Cincinnati loss absolutely hurts them, and they still have to go to Lubbock. They still have to face K-State, who they haven't beaten since 2008. They still have to face Utah. They still have to go to Ames. So there are tougher tests on the schedule. But there's no way you could have looked at any of those games with any sort of motivation if you would have lost on Saturday. And this defense with Kamara back out there, I mean, it wasn't brought up a lot when we were recapping the Cincinnati game, but mainly Kamara is their best defender. And he was knocked out of the Cincinnati game in the first half because of the targeting, which I thought was a little bit soft. I get the reason why they did when you have helmet to helmet, but Sorsby didn't even fall down. It was like a helmet tap to knock his head back, and the ref was right there. So it is the rule, and you got to live by that rule.
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen now this defense look at its worst in the second half against Cincinnati and the first half against UCF. What do those two things have in common? They didn't have Bingley Kamara out there.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he was out there, yes, you do have to factor in that UCF's backup quarterback was in for, the final couple drives of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But when they had their starter out there and they had Montgomery out there, they had negative yardage in the third quarter. And that's just simply what had to happen in that game for Kansas to win. I mean, even the offense went out there and they had 2 drives that resulted in field goals, which Laith Marchand has been so good for Kansas this year in an area that they've always seemed to struggle. To knock those 2 kicks in those conditions where it's pouring down, it gave you that chance to swing the game late, which, of course, happened on that Jalen Dye forced fumble near the goal line. And then, to have the goal line stand, as you were bringing up there, it's not many Kansas games in my lifetime that have ended like that. Now, they still had to make one more stop, but on 2nd and 1, after they just gashed you with their running game up and down the field, and you find a way to get the push off the snap, it's so great to see. And it's not Texas Tech, who you just beat. You have to know that this is a UCF team that is probably not getting to 6 wins this year. I haven't seen the rest of their schedule, but
No,
I would be
they're not.
pretty surprised if they did. You still have to take road Big 12 wins. There's no way that you can look down your nose at them. I was saying this on Shane's show. Kansas isn't in a spot where you can, be embarrassed about beating a team on the road in the Big 12. You're not top 10 in the nation, right? It's not, they're not Texas Tech right now. If Texas Tech were to go into Orlando and win by 7 points, they're probably not feeling great about it. But Kansas right now is trying to stay in the hunt there. And any way you can get it done, that's important. And in those conditions, when you didn't play great defensively in the first half, you didn't play great offensively for a little bit, you just got to stack those wins. And that's something they didn't do until the very end of last year when they were 2-6 at one point. And that's when they rattled off 3 straight wins against ranked teams. I don't care if they're ranked. I don't care if they're unranked. You find a way to win, keep stacking those, and keep yourself in the hunt as long as you can.
Yeah, and I felt like Brian Haney brought this up last week about Fancher. He was saying that they think he's gonna be healthy. I mean, I thought Taven Jackson looked a hell of a lot better than Fancher did, and I was not sold on Fancher being a real difference maker this season for UCF. And we kind of saw it there late. They were much better with Taven Jackson, but for Kansas, I mean, I don't know what we obviously know the health of Deshaun Hanukkah. He's out for the season. A really tough break, and a great guy. We had to talk to him, and we had a chance to talk to him at Big 12 Football Media Days. A really good character, high character guy. He's been in college football for 6 years now, and coming off of back-to-back season-ending injuries. You just wanted the hometown kid from Topeka to have an opportunity. He'll get a big standing ovation at Senior Day, I would imagine, at the booth come late November. But Bowden Groen has stepped up in a big way. This is a game in which Emmanuel Henderson really got nothing for you. And the running game wasn't that great. Le'Shawn Williams had 3 rushing touchdowns, but really wasn't that effective. This was a game in which the Kansas defense won for him. And there's not very many times that we've been able to say that about KU over the last couple of seasons. You could probably say it about the BYU game last year. But other games, it was like on the back of Devin Neal and Jalen Daniels making some big plays out of the pocket. This one just didn't feel like that. And that is a big reason why I think there are so many people that feel better about KU after this win. Now, how good does it feel as a KU fan to be in a position where, a road win, it's kind of like, well, okay. I mean, who do we got next? You're only as good as the next game on your schedule. But for KU fans, I mean, they've come a long way. 5 years ago, picking up a road win at UCF would have been, something they couldn't have foreseen, could not have even fathomed. And against UCF, they were far and away the better team. They rally from a 14-0 hole. The defense plays very well late, and a big-time win for Kansas on the road at UCF. And we've talked about it with K-State. I mean, talk about the flip in mentality when if KU loses this game, they're 3-3, 1-2 in Big 12 play, and you're kind of a lamb heading for the slaughter to UC or to Lubbock to face Texas Tech. You're potentially staring down 3-4 and 1-3 in Big 12 play, and you're wondering, this big senior heavy roster that we brought in, a ton of transfers, Jalen Daniels back for his 6th season. Like, what's the end goal for this team? And now you're 4-2, 2-1 in Big 12 play. You have winnable games on the schedule. The win total, I looked at it, the updated win total for KU is at 7.5 at most sports books. I feel like 8-4 would very much be a successful season in a lot of fans' eyes. Jack, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but how do you feel about them going into Lubbock? I mean, Texas Tech looks like a true war machine right now. I had them pegged as a team that could get on upset watch against Houston. That game was never a contest. They jumped out early. I think they scored on one of the first plays from scrimmage. KU looks like they're heading into a death zone in Lubbock, but who's to say Kansas doesn't come out with the win? How are you feeling about them going into Lubbock early here in the week?
I think it's just fun to think about. I mean, you get to be a team that people are getting excited for, or your opponent's getting excited for, right? For so many years, it was, well, yeah, you want to go to the Kansas game, but, it's just going to be an easy win, and the game will be over by halftime. Kansas has got to play in front of some environments where it's sold out and it's loud. Now, for Texas Tech, they're selling out every game, so I'm not sure it's so much about the opponent, but it's a blackout. It's homecoming for them. They're wearing all black uniforms, retro throwbacks. I love stuff like that. I love the excitement for it, where some people go, oh, no, they're 2 touchdown underdogs in Lubbock. I welcome it. I think it's fun. And, I'm not sure if Kansas is going, if they play defensively like they did in the first half against UCF, they're not going to be able to hang around. That's for sure. But I do wonder if Texas Tech is a team that all season long has just dominated. And truthfully, they haven't faced any adversity just yet. At some point in everybody's Big 12 slate, you're going to have adversity, no matter how good you are. I mean, last year, BYU was beaten up on teams, and I want to say they got to 9-0 before they faced Kansas, and Kansas went into Provo and won that game. You're bound to have a game where either you're A, too amped up, or B, you just don't have your best stuff. You don't play well. You have a couple of turnovers. And I would still say, realistically, for Kansas, the only way you win this game in Lubbock is if you either go toe-to-toe with them offensively, which is going to be much easier said than done, or you're able to turn them over a few times, right? There is a world in which Texas Tech is very amped up, and they coughed the ball a few times. We saw it in Columbia against Missouri. That Missouri team was very amped up and made some mistakes early on. But in the end, Missouri was just a more talented team than Kansas and was able to put that game on ice in the fourth quarter. Against Texas Tech, it's another opportunity of facing a team that is more talented than you. Everybody is thinking is much better than you, I might add, because this is the largest spread they've faced. This was a Missouri game was I
think it was
6.5 point spread. Yeah, something like that. This is a 2-touchdown spread for a Kansas team that really hasn't been blown out that many times over the last couple of years. They did get blown out last year in Waco in their final game of the regular season, but I can't recall a time at any other point in their 11 games, excluding the Baylor one, where they got blown out. It didn't matter who the opponent was, whether it was Iowa State, K-State, BYU. Like they hung around with those teams, and that's why my gut feeling would tell me, just coming off of a win, they can cover the 14-point spread. But this is not about covering. You still got to have the confidence of, we can be that team to throw somebody off their game. We can be the one to go into Lubbock and win, something they have not done in I don't know how long. I know for a number of years when it was the North and the South, you didn't travel to Lubbock all that often. But it'll be a fun environment, a great college football atmosphere. I'm hoping it's a great game. I'm glad they get tested like this. And unlike the last couple of weeks, you get to go in playing free and easy. You're not expected to win. People expect you to get blown out. And if it happens, hey, it happens. Nobody's, saying Texas Tech's a team that shouldn't be doing that. I mean, Tech's been blowing out every team that's in front of him, including Utah in Salt Lake. But I would also go on record to say that's the only good football team they've faced so far. I'm not a believer in Houston. Houston got to 4-0, and I thought they just took advantage of a softer schedule. Whereas Texas Tech, are they 11-1 good? Are they 12-0 good? Or are they more so 9-3 and 10-2 good? I guess we'll know a lot more about this team come Saturday when the Jayhawks roll into Lubbock.
This would be the first win for Kansas in Lubbock since 2001. It would be the first win in Lubbock for KU in my lifetime. It was October 6, 2001. The starting quarterback for Texas Tech in that game, Cliff Kingsbury. For Kansas, they got 8 of 24 from Mario Kinsey, 5 of 8 from Zach Dyer, and a 227-yard rushing performance for Reggie Duncan in a game in which they won 34-31 in Lubbock. Jayhawks 2-23 all-time against Texas Tech. Red Raiders won 4 in a row. The last time they won, I'm I'm guessing you were probably in college for this game, Jack. Were you at the 37-34 game in 2019 when KU won? That was a weird game where they had like a kick block that they recovered and then ran for a first down.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Were you at that game?
I was covering that game. Yes, that was. It was right before, I want to say, K-State came to town, but it was Les Miles' first year in Lawrence, and so they had more competitive games, and that game, by the way, was a blowout for a while. Like Kansas slowly made its way back, and yeah, probably a play that you'll never see again in college football, a kick getting blocked, and then for whatever reason, the guy picking it up for Tech tried to lateral it, even though there was time left on the clock. And even then, I don't know what they thought they were getting at there. Maybe he thought they were down in the game and they absolutely had to have a touchdown, but they were able to fall on it. It was the long snapper for KU. I'm blanking on his name. He was there for years, but he fell on it, and then it was the lefty kicker Liam Jones, I believe, that kicked it through.
Yep, Liam Jones.
That was, I think, Cliff Kingsbury's one of. I think Cliff was still there.
Now you want to know who was the head games. You want to know who was the head coach that year for Texas Tech?
Who was it?
Matt Wells.
Oh, it was Matt Wells.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So not one of his last games there, but no, that was a wild shootout. I know Carter Stanley was at quarterback in that game, and there were some close calls for Kansas that year, but that was definitely the most memorable game I covered in 2019.
Stephon Robinson went for 186 and 2 scores. Andrew Parchment for 109 and a touchdown. Texas Tech blew a 17-0 lead as KU won 37-34, the last win for the Jayhawks against the Red Raiders. They will play on Saturday. Same kind of schedule this weekend compared to this last one. They'll play at 6:30. Pregame coverage coming at 5 o'clock. From West Texas. All right, when we come back, we've got a game to preview coming up tonight. Chiefs, Jaguars. We'll talk about who we got, what we think is going to happen tonight, some of the deciding factors between Kansas City and Jacksonville coming up tonight when we come back here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
What's up, Wichita? You've been hearing me talk about my friends at the Wichita Sports Commission, and for good reason, because, man, do they do so many wonderful things. Since 1997, they've been doing incredible things, such as working to promote, acquire, and support a diversity of youth, amateur, and professional sports programs and events, enhancing the Wichita area economy and quality of life. Sports are more than just games. They are a powerful tool for community building, personal development, and social connection. Speaking of events, they have a pretty big one coming up in October. The next event for the Wichita Sports Commission is coming up on Sunday, October 12, when the Fall Prairie Fire Marathon presented by Davis Moore Automotive Group takes place. Over the course of 15 years, more than 60,000 runners have participated from all over the United States, first and foremost, but all over the globe, over 20 countries represented. Pretty insane, right? If you want to learn more, or if you want to participate, or if you want to volunteer, go to wichitasports.com today. Get signed up to be part of the Fall Prairie Fire Marathon presented by Davis Moore Automotive Group, Sunday, October 12th, put on by the Wichita Sports Commission.
For over 55 years and 2 generations, the Southwestern Remodeling Professionals have been providing homeowners in the Wichita area with a truly unique luxury remodeling experience. From the initial consultation through project design and production, our team provides concierge-style service with a true focus on the best quality products and professional installation. Are you ready to experience something truly different? Give us a call today at 263-1239 or visit southwesternremodeling.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Jeff from American Shaman. People ask, how are you still here? We're here because we believe life is beautiful, we believe in wellness and natural solutions, and we believe your life is better with the feather. If you agree, come see us at American Shaman in Wichita and Derby and online at yourcbd.pro.
When storms hit, you need more than just a roofer. You need the biggest and most reliable name in the Midwest, Shamrock Roofing. Shamrock Roofing has grown into the largest roofing company in the region. with local crews right here to serve you. For nearly 50 years, we've proven our strength, our size, and our promise to you to be here for every repair and roof replacement. And every roof is backed by our lifetime craftsmanship warranty. One call does it all. Visit shamrockroofer.com.
Are you looking for the perfect blend of football and betting insight? One of the Chances has you covered live every Sunday at the FanDuel Sportsbook inside the Kansas Star Casino at 11 a.m. Each week, we break down the biggest games, hottest lines, and smartest plays to keep you in the know before kickoff. It's everything you need to stay ahead of the action. It's One of the Chances, only at the Kansas Star Casino, 11 a.m. every Sunday on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Welcome back. It is The Pulse here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo, Jack Johnson here with you, preparing you for the program and then a Chiefs pregame show as the Chiefs play tonight as they take on the Jacksonville Jaguars, currently sitting at a 3-point favorite coming into this evening's game. Had the opportunity to talk about it just a little bit on Friday. We didn't really dive into it too much because obviously we knew we'd have today to preview the show a little bit. Encourage you to text us 316-247-0923, your score prediction for tonight's game between the Chiefs and the Jaguars. I think we feel pretty good about ourselves. I think we feel pretty good about the Chiefs' chances going into tonight's game. The Chiefs have looked pretty good ever since that loss against the Eagles. And if you look back at the Chiefs' season thus far, I think the losses to the Chargers and the Eagles can be pretty excused. And now they go into Jacksonville, and they're taking on a Jaguars team that is off to a 3-1 start, their best start in almost 7 years. But I think I don't want to use the F word, but I would call them fraudulent if I were to describe this Jaguars 3-1 start. Trevor Lawrence has not played very well. If you were to tell me, and I have money on the Jaguars to win the AFC South. I think coming into the year, I felt like they were a little undervalued coming into this season. I thought that Trevor Lawrence was going to take a bigger leap under Liam Cohen, and I thought that the receiver room was going to be much better than it has been this season. I thought Brian Thomas Jr. would continue his excellent play. I thought the running back tandem of Etienne as well as Tank Bigsby would start to do better things. But the Jaguars have gotten off to this 3-1 start, thanks in part to playing some really bad quarterbacks. I know what we've seen from I know that Bryce Young has played better at times, but they played Bryce Young, a one-legged Brock Purdy. They have played Jake Browning for 3 quarters, and they played C.J. Stroud, who was not playing well at that time. So they have had the benefit of getting some teams at the right time. And that's a big reason why they're off to a 3-1 start. +9 in the turnover margin. That's by far the best in the NFL. Trevor Lawrence has looked really bad this season, completing under 60% of his throws, the 3rd worst mark this season coming into this week. Yards per attempt, 5th worst in the NFL coming into the week. Just 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, a bottom 5 success rate in the NFL. It's been Travis Etienne who's been leading the NFL in yards per carry, has gotten some big plays. A punt return touchdown helped him against the 49ers, a low-scoring game against the Texans. I think the Jaguars are in for a wake-up call against the Chiefs in which it's, okay, maybe we're not as good as we thought we were, because the Chiefs have been waiting for a game like this against a team. I called my shot last week when I said the Chiefs were going to beat the Ravens, and not only beat them, but beat them handedly. They did just that. They beat them by 17. It could have been more. It could have also been less if Lamar Jackson potentially plays that second half. But I get it. There's been a regression to the mean when it comes to our opinions on the Ravens, and maybe even jumping the shark a little bit and talking about them in a negative way. That was still a solid football team and an offense that can at least put up some points. Now you're going into Jacksonville, which I wouldn't call it. I mean, I'm a Colts fan, and my Colts haven't won there in, I believe, 10 years. So it's been a while since the Colts have won in Duval County. But it's not like you're walking into Philadelphia or Buffalo, which ironically both both the Bills and the Eagles lost at home yesterday. But you're not walking into a super hostile road environment in a primetime spot. It's still Jacksonville. And I think the Chiefs are pretty overwhelmingly the better team in this game. I see a 3.5 point spread. It was 4.5 when we picked it on pick 6. It's down to 3.5 and also 3 at some places. I think the Chiefs are quite a bit better than the Jaguars this season. I think the Jaguars, you were to say 3-1 start, but I think they played like a 2-2, 1-3 team offensively. I think the Chiefs deserve to be at least 5.5, 6 as a favorite here on the road. I understand that they're 3-1 and Vegas has to take into account what the books can take. If they listed a 3-1 Jaguars team as a 6-point underdog against the Chiefs, they'd probably get a bunch of money. But right now, the Chiefs, with Xavier Worthy fully healthy, Rashard Smith is getting more comfortable in the offense. The offensive line feels like it's more of a cohesive unit after the last 2 weeks. I feel like the Jaguars are a team that are a little bit overvalued right now. We've gone past there are two ends of the spectrum. There is overvaluing and undervaluing. I feel like they were a little bit undervalued coming into the season. And because of them getting off to this 3-1 start, we have gone all the way to them being a little bit overvalued, a little bit overrated. But the defense is still very, very good for Jacksonville. A bunch of really talented pass rushers. But we have to take into account that the Chiefs might look to run the football. They might look to get the ball out quickly. Who knows what Xavier Worthy is able to do? I am very interested to see just kind of what kind of team, what kind of game plan the Chiefs employ tonight, because it's a little bit different than the game we saw against them in Baltimore. I would imagine that the game plan is going to be more similar to what we saw against the Giants in terms of the offensive end, because the Giants have a similar defensive style to the Jaguars. Really good on the edges, a solid linebacker in the middle, Okereke for the Giants and Devin Lloyd for the Jaguars, while also considering that they are an offense that has been stuck in mud in the passing game. Maybe Brian Thomas Jr., this is the breakout week. Maybe Travis Hunter decides he wants to play offense this week. But I don't see a Jaguars team that is that close to the Chiefs offensively. And I think the Chiefs are due for a breakout offensive game after they got really comfortable last week. Jack, I kind of want to see what I think the Chiefs are a little bit underrated in this game. I think they're a lot better than the Jaguars in a lot of different areas. I think that because the Jaguars have that 3-1 next to their name, we're supposed to believe that there's some, gauntlet. I think that this is a game the Chiefs should win. And if they don't win, I think we're having a bad conversation come tomorrow. I don't see the Jaguars being that good of a team, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't believe they're a great team either, but it's still a team that, the Chiefs need to prove that they're much better than. And, it's looking more and more like the offensive breakout they had against the Ravens was just a little bit more about where the Ravens were at, because the Texans then going into Baltimore and hanging 44 on them. You need to be able to prove in back-to-back weeks that this offense is fixed and it is good, with even just Xavier Worthy being added to the mix here. As we've said so many times before, this Chiefs team is going to have to be able to find some form of a run game if that offense is to reach its peak. I don't know if that'll be Rashard Smith getting the majority of the carries tonight, if it'll still be Pacheco, or if we see a healthy dose of Kareem Hunt out there. But I would love to see the Chiefs try to establish the run a little bit. It's what you want to do on the road. It still should be a fun environment tonight. I know Jacksonville is not known for its 12th man, if you will, but it's going to be loud. It's going to be packed because this Jags fan base has been waiting for a Jaguars team to be relevant again. I mean, they had it back in 2022 when they made the postseason and then lost to the Chiefs at Arrowhead in the divisional round, I believe it was. But this is now a team that is playing with some fire, and they've got some good young talent on that team, young talent that the Chiefs are going to have to be aware of. You've got ETN in the backfield. You've got Brian Thomas Jr. Those are two very nice weapons for Trevor Lawrence. And then defensively, you've got the two-way guy and Travis Hunter. I'll be curious who he lines up against tonight.
He didn't play at all on defense last week, which I found a little bit interesting. He didn't line up at all defensively.
I did too. I would have always thought that he would at least be playing no matter what defensively, and then it'd come down to what they want to do offensively. In this game, though, I do like the Chiefs and that spread. Right now it's at 3.5. The Chiefs seem to be a lot healthier than they've been in the last couple of weeks. I know Worthy popped up there being questionable with the shoulder/ankle injury. Now it's being reported that he should be good to go and just fine for this matchup. And that is a big difference maker for this Chiefs offense. They got to get through 2 more games without their number 1 wide receiver, who they haven't had since week 3 of last season. And if you can win tonight, it takes a hell of a lot of pressure off you going into Sunday Night Football this Sunday against the Detroit Lions, who are firing on all cylinders and winners of 4 in a row.
And you brought up the running game for the Chiefs and the running game for the Jaguars. The Jaguars defensively this season have the best rushing success rate defense. They're allowing just a 28.6% success rate running the football. The Chiefs on the defensive side have the second worst rush defense in terms of success rate and the worst rush defense when it comes to EPA per play allowed. So they definitely have to keep Travis Etienne in check. In terms of the weather tonight, there is a, looking at the NFLweather.com, 25% chance of thunderstorms. I'm only wondering because obviously Jacksonville and the state of Florida is known for its humidity and moist weather. It just started sprinkling here in Wichita, so I got curious. 77 degrees, chance of thunderstorms. I don't think it'll be too humid, but I think, and maybe this is just me being naive and me being a prisoner of the moment, maybe we see a good Travis Kelce game tonight. I mean, what do you expect from Kelce tonight? Obviously, I feel like he's always played well on Monday nights for some reason. It feels like whenever they play on Monday night, I think back to that Raiders game. Oh, God, what was it? 3 or 4 years ago when he had, I think, 4 touchdowns against the Raiders. I feel like he played well against the Saints last year on Monday Night Football. This feels like a good Travis Kelce game tonight against the Jaguars, and especially when you consider his fiance's recent album release. I would imagine that Travis Kelce is going to get involved here a lot in the game plan. I think 5 catches, 60 yards, that feel like in a touchdown. Maybe is that a reasonable expectation for Kelce tonight?
He does show up in moments like this. We saw him get even more active with Worthy out there just because defenses had to respect the deep ball. And now that you've got Worthy out there, Hollywood Brown, of course, you've got Tyquan Thornton, who's been a pleasant surprise. It allows Travis Kelce to get open in some of those soft zones. And, usually they have to have that elite athletic linebacker to pair up on Travis Kelce, even in his older years now. I mean, he's not the same guy that he was when he was 30, but he's still got incredible footwork. He's got that connection with Patrick Mahomes. That to me with this offense, when I always talk about the running game, you can pretty much always see when Travis Kelce has the numbers, this offense does well too. I look at some of these other games where maybe Hollywood Brown would have big numbers or Worthy has big numbers and doesn't really translate to the offense. At this stage of Travis Kelce's career, if he's able to go even 5 for 50 tonight or 6 for 75, that's going to probably put up anywhere from 24 to 28 points for the Chiefs, which should be good enough to get it done on the road. But we haven't even talked about it yet in this segment. We always look to the offense and we talk about this offense. If they can get it going, right, get the running game going, have a clean game offensively from your O-line, it's going to lead to victories and multiple victories the rest of the way. This Chiefs defense has been lights out since the game in Brazil. They were not good whatsoever against the Chargers on a neutral site field. Maybe it was the grass they were playing on, but then you go to week 2, they were great against Philadelphia. You go to week 3, which was against the Giants. They were really good in that game. And the one right after that against Baltimore, we can say all we want about Baltimore's defense. So there's nothing to pick apart with their offense, and they held them to 14 points. Maybe it was 13 until they had a busted coverage play with the Chiefs backups in the fourth quarter. So they've done a really good job over the last 3 weeks or so, 3 to 4 weeks, of slowing down offenses. And this is an offense that they should be able to limit a little bit. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, he's prone to turning over the ball. Wouldn't be surprised with some of the ball hawking safeties they have to jump a route or two tonight. And if the Chiefs win the turnover battle and they can get just a little bit of pressure on Trevor Lawrence, I do believe they cover that 3.5-point spread.
Yeah, I like the Chiefs tonight. Travis Kelce, I looked it up because I did think he played a lot better on Monday Night Football throughout his career. A career best 78 yards per game on Monday night on Mondays compared to other days of the week. 68 yards per game on Sundays, 71 on Thursdays, 57 on Fridays, and 52 on Saturdays. So it is Mr. Monday Night, Travis Kelce tonight going up against the Jaguars. Do you want to give us a final score prediction here, Jack, before we hit a break and get back to a Mount Rushmore Monday?
I'll go 24-17 tonight. I feel the Jags will have a little bit of a backdoor cover. Chiefs are going to have some stout defense in the second half, and then probably have one big time drive whether that results in 6, whether that results in 3, or just icing the game with some first downs. I imagine it'll be a little bit more low scoring tonight just because, it's a primetime game. Very rarely in the last couple of years have the Chiefs gone in shootouts with some of those teams. And I do expect a good-looking offense tonight, but also not as good of an offense as we saw against a depleted Ravens defense. So I'll go 24-17, which would cover that 3.5-point spread.
I'm going to go 23-14. Give me the Chiefs and the under. I like Kansas City tonight. And you can send in your final score predictions on the text line, 316-247-0923. When we come back, we will have a Mount Rushmore Monday. Jack and I will debate a topic in the top 4 in that category. That will be coming up next when we come back here on The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Hey, AK, it's me, TK.
What's up, TK? It's me, AK, Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. Travis, if you could tell people how to support your charity, what would you say?
Grab my 87 and running concrete at Andy's.
87 and Running is such a wonderful charity that we created a special treat just for the cause. It has the world's finest vanilla frozen custard, Oreos, cookie dough, caramel, and the best part, a portion of the proceeds from every one sold helps 87 and Running.
It's a cool way to support our vulnerable youth in Kansas City and beyond.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought about space in my cramped apartment, but in this house, all I see is empty space. The sofa and ottoman look like tiny islands in a sea of hardwood floors. I could get 2 ottomans in the living room, but then I'd need another sofa. I could tell people I'm into minimalism.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Have you ever wanted to learn a new language like French, Spanish, or Russian, but thought it would be too difficult and time-consuming? Then go to Babbel.com and try it for free. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. In 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel uses a modern conversation-based technique that makes language engaging, fun, and memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then, sentences gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. Babbel is created by language experts who use the spaced repetition method to help you learn quickly and remember what you learned. With Babbel, you can speak a new language. Babbel. Language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Wichita, the wait is over. The first ever Man Show Expo storms into Park City Arena October 25th and 26th. 2 epic days of cars, tools, tech, grilling, games, and everything guys love, all under one roof. Don't miss your chance to be part of history. Tickets are going fast, so lock yours in now at themanshowexpo.com. Grab the crew, mark the date, and get ready. This is the Man Show Expo, and it all starts with your ticket.
Jayhawk fans, for the latest news and information on your Kansas Jayhawks, there's not a better place to go than the all-new KansasNation.com. Interviews, news conferences, feature articles, daily and weekly shows, podcasts. It's all at KansasNation.com. Daily and weekly shows with an all-star lineup, including Sean Kellerman, Daniel Courtwright, Ryan Haney, Brandon McAnderson, Chris Harris, Greg Gurley, Mick Schaefer, Nate Bukaty, Pat Strathman, and many more. KansasNation.com.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of The Pulse here on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Chance Lebo and Jack Johnson here with you, wrapping up a excellent Monday show. If you missed any of our football talk, we talked pretty much I'm not sure there's a topic in football we didn't touch this weekend. We didn't even touch baseball, which I guess, there were games this weekend. I didn't get a chance to watch any of them. Jack, I know you were watching the Yankees game yesterday in terms of hate watch. That was probably pretty enjoyable for you, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. No, to see that absolute bludgeoning that the Blue Jays put on the Yankees. I mean, It's getting closer to what I had. See, it's funny. I had an ALCS of the Mariners and the Blue Jays, but every other pick I had was wrong. So if I end up with the Blue Jays and the Mariners, I'll feel pretty damn good about myself. But I had Cleveland over Detroit. I might have actually had the Yankees over the Red Sox now that I think about it. But I would love to see a Seattle and Blue Jays, ALCS at bare minimum. I'll just take the Blue Jays in the ALCS. I don't care if it's Seattle or it's Detroit. I just do not want to see the Yankees overcome a 2-0 deficit. With the way the Blue Jays offense has been playing, I find it hard to believe it getting back to Toronto for a Game 5. But if it does, they're pretty much going to have no momentum on their side. And I would take the Yankees to win it in 5. But first things first, they got to win these next 2. And with the way that the Blue Jays have been swinging the bat, I don't know who the Yankees turn to slow that down. I mean, it'll be Carlos Rodon first up, but that bullpen is taxed, man. They've had to burn through that bullpen so early in both those games. The Blue Jays are rested. They won a game with Trey Yesevich going up against Max Fried. The writing feels on the wall there. But then you got this thriller with the Mariners and the Tigers. Boy, I mean, Seattle blowing a 2-0 lead in the 8th inning, and the Tigers, tying it up there. I thought that if Detroit walks out of Seattle with 2 wins there, you are talking about an absolute disastrous finish to what has been an extraordinary year for Seattle. But now it's tied up 1-1, and guess what? Tarek Skubal can't pitch until Game 5 if it gets there. So now the Tigers are going to have to count on Casey Mize and Jack Flaherty to get some control in this series, whereas the Mariners, we know all about that rotation and how powerful they are.
And you want to know a group that will be wanting a Mariners and Blue Jays series and a group that will not be wanting that? The one group that will want it is the Seattle Mariners box office, because they will get a bunch of tickets from Toronto. The prices are going to be insanely high, and the Mariners fans are not going to want it because there is a massive crossover between Blue Jays fans and Pacific Northwest fans, obviously, with the Mariners, because of the fact that the Blue Jays are Canada's team, and Seattle is so close to Canada. A lot of those Canadians that are on the west side of Canada cheer for the Blue Jays. And so I would imagine it's going to be a 70-30 split if we get that in Seattle. So that would be a very interesting series should it happen. We'll have postseason baseball on the channel this evening. It'll be Dodgers, Phillies joined in progress. You'll get around the probably the last couple of innings of that game before NLDS Game 2 comes on with the Cubs and Brewers coming up tonight here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. And then tomorrow, Game 3 between the Yankees and Blue Jays coming up at 7 o'clock. All right, Jack, it is Mount Rushmore Monday. You give us a category. We give our top 4 in that category. What is the hard-hitting subject today?
Well, since we're right around the corner from college basketball, give me a Mount Rushmore Monday for all-time college basketball uniforms.
Okay. So is this like a alternate uniform or a just
this
like
can be any? This can be traditional home whites, road blues, reds, grays, blacks, purples, whatever you want to go with. There's no limitations to it.
Well, obviously, K-State fan here. I'm going to go with the lavenders. I think that the road lavenders, not the two-tone that they did, the lucky lavenders, those are not my choice. But the lavenders that they wear, where it's both of them are lavender. I think they wore it when they won in Waco in Jerome Tang's first season. I think those are the best uniforms in the country, and I know I am biased in that opinion, but they just look so clean. I think that the colors match so well with the light purple and the dark being the outline on the uniform. I think those are some of the best. I think that's the best uniform in basketball. So give me the K-State Lavenders as my best uniform is the number 1 spot in my Mount Rushmore.
Even though I hate to pick other blue bloods, I'm going to pick Carolina's blue. Their road blues are always so sharp. I mean, anytime you get a powder blue look and you pair that with a white or even a black, it can look really sharp. And Carolina, for as much history as they have, I know KU's second game of the year will be in Chapel Hill against North Carolina. They will be wearing the home whites, of course, and KU will be in their road blues. But when Carolina's on the road, especially in Durham against Duke, man, that is a great uniform combo there. So I'll go North Carolina number 1.
All right. I off the top of my head, I don't really know too many. So I'm kind of looking around a little bit at some other uniforms. I do think that's a great pick there because I do love that Carolina blue. But I'm looking at some, and somebody on the text line says the KU cursive script jerseys are amazing. I would agree. I think those are great. But I'm looking at the Uniswag uniforms of the year from 23-24. Seton Hall with that script. It's a dark blue with the script, and it is outlined in that baby blue. I'm going to go with that as my number 2 spot. I just know that there are not very many. I just don't have any off the top of my head that are like the best in my opinion. College football is one, but college basketball is a little bit tougher. I'm going to go with the Seton Hall uniforms as my favorite for the second spot on there. Although I will say I'm a little bit underinformed here in terms of my favorite uniforms, but I'll go with that one.
Well, I'll get my bias pick out of the way here. Not just the Kansas cursive font ones, but it has to be the Road Blues, and not even the ones they've brought back. I mean, they're very sharp uniforms, but you have to go back to the 90s for the crisp and clean Kansas uniform there. Some of those great teams under Roy Williams, you go back and watch those old highlights. I'm not sure why Kansas ever went away from them. I know Adidas had something to do with it, but those Road Blues and those home whites, they were so unbeatable, and so many Kansas fans just wish they'd come back and have those exact uniforms. They basically do now, but they still have them changed up a little bit. If they were to take that exact same material and the logo of the Jayhawk on the shorts, we'd take that every single day. So that's my number 2.
All right, I'm going to go with the BYU black uniforms. I think those are the best ones BYU has in their arsenal, especially when they wear them on the road. I love those uniforms. I'm going to go with that as my number 3 spot. All right, you're up next quickly here before we hit the hard out.
Yeah, I'm going with the 2000s Georgetown uniforms, just the Hoyas. Those always look so good. Nice smoky gray, so that'll be one of my picks.
And then my last one, I'll go with a powder blue pick here as well. Give me UCLA. I like the throwback UCLA uniforms. I like the ones that are old-fashioned retro. I think that's a great uniform. And then round it out, Jack, for us. What's your last pick?
I will go with Arizona. Their navy blues with the red script. Those have always looked good, even going back to the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, I think those look great as well. Honorable mention, Houston. I think their uniforms are great as well. They've done a great job, whether they're the Oilers ones, if they wear those, but those are a lot of fun as well. All right, that is the show for producer Jack Johnson. I'm Chance Lebo. We'll be back tomorrow with a loaded Tuesday edition. We'll recap Thursday Night Football. We'll have Matt Derrick on, and we're going to recap from Shocker Madness with Taylor Eldridge. That's all coming up tomorrow. Thanks for listening to The Pulse on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
You're all good, Chance. Good show. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.